Hello, what's up? You got your first negative quarter of GDP since 2022. Only down 0.3%. Back in 2022, it was down 1%, and we were increasing rates. So it's definitely, a little bit different this time around because, the Fed's going to be increasing rates, which should, in turn increase productivity. So who knows? Who knows if it actually... It's all going to depend on next quarter. If we're in an actual recession, who knows? But you did get the negative quarter. The analysts were right. I was wrong. It is what it is. Sorry that I believe in America. My bad. My bad that I believe in America. But who cares? I mean, back in 2022, you had this negative 1% quarter and then immediately, had a positive quarter. So who cares? I was right. No, you weren't. You still have another quarter, my friend. You still have another quarter, and you didn't short the market, so who cares? Like, you're just talking. If you're not short the market, your opinion really doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Jay Crispy. I'm sorry. You gotta be putting your money where your mouth is. But yeah, and but yeah. If you're just gonna come into my chat and just talk about how you're right or whatever, I don't know. Just don't. Just don't, because nobody cares. I don't care. If I cared, I would have shorted the market because, if you're really certain on the things you're saying, you would do the actions that back it up. But yeah, so, last time when they posted the negative quarter, you were here. You already had sold off, had the bounce, and then it continued to sell off more, but we'll see what happens. Like I said, there's no, back here, the Fed was increasing rates. Now we're on our way to cut rates, so a little bit different. We'll see what happens. Who cares? Who cares? Eyes on Icy, what's up, bro? Haven't seen that name in here before. What is going on with my ticker here? There we go. There we go. Why do people do that, bro? Why do people, like, think just because they talk about something and it happens that... Weren't we just reading about that the other day? Weren't we literally just reading about this yesterday? Come on, Jay Crispy, bro. If you didn't put your money where your mouth is, then who cares? What's up, KCR? No. A recession's 2 quarters. Reading about what? How when you're right, everyone thinks that it's because they're skilled or whatever, and they don't relate it to luck at all. And then when they're wrong, they relate it to luck and not skill, or lack of skill. It's kind of interesting, right? Kind of interesting. But it's funny in the stock market because, nobody puts their money where their mouth is usually. They just talk. So it's like, it's a little weird. But according to the book, not making a bet is a bet. But I disagree with that part. I think if you're going to talk about something and truly have faith in it, you should put your money on the table instead of talking. You know? I saw this this funny article. I don't know why. I don't know why this showed up. It's like an adoption shelter, and they got a kitten named Gamestop, and it literally kind of looks like not totally, but Let's see, we got an image here. Where's the kitty? There it is. And this cat's like tan. This one's like grayish. But pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. But I thought what they were talking about in this video was kind of funny. Just like, I don't know, the subliminal messages. It probably is nothing, but it's just hilarious.
Our segment Pet Pals is highlighting adoptable animals at the St.
Oh, it's way
Joseph
too
Animal
quiet.
Shelter. This week, we met a kitten named Gamestop who is looking for a forever home.
It's way too
News Press
quiet.
Now is back at the St. Joseph Animal Shelter, joined with Aubrey Silvery. Aubrey, who do we have today?
This is Gamestop. He is about 8 weeks old. He's a very fun little kitten. He came in with a whole litter, and he's the last one that's not been adopted.
All right, was the
Aww.
game
How come GameStop didn't get adopted?
themed, I'm assuming?
They were all game themed, yes. Yep.
With GameStop, I mean, with cats, how young is this one, did you say?
He's about 8 weeks old, maybe just slightly older, but he's definitely in his like playful, curious stage. He's a lot of fun, but he seems really sweet too. So he'd make a really great family pet.
All right, and what
Names
kind
his
of tips
cat
do you have with
GameStop.
kittens?
Just do some research about bringing a kitten into your home.
Do some research. She said it was like in a litter of like game themed cats.
It's best to start them in a smaller room when you get them home at first if you can, like a laundry room or a bathroom, so that they can figure out where the litter box is without having too much space. So sometimes a whole house can be a little overwhelming to a new kitten, so just introducing them slow to like pets in the home and things like that. But there's a lot of great tips online.
Sup, Moose?
If you do some research, ASPCA has a lot of really great information out there about introducing a new kitten to your home, so we always recommend check that out before you bring one home. But kittens are usually pretty easy. Yeah. So.
And how are you guys doing with space right now in the shelter?
We are seeing
ooh.
a bit of a kitten
Excuse me.
explosion. So we've had lots of kittens recently. So if you're looking for a kitten, we're starting to see it. It's that time of year where we start to see the influx of kittens. So come down to the shelter.
Someone
and
go
pick out a kitten, 'cause we have lots to
adopt
choose from.
GameStop.
And for people that want to foster, can they foster a kitten as young as this one, or do they have to wait?
I don't know where
we have
St.
a
Joseph's
huge
Animal
need for
Shelter
kitten
is, but
fosters,
someone go
especially
adopt this
time
cat.
of year. So if you're interested in doing that, you can pop on our website, fill out that foster form, and our cat supervisor will contact you about fostering. We usually have litters
see
of
where
kittens
it
that are
is.
about this size. We have smaller
Maybe I'll
kittens.
adopt.
We
No,
have
I'm just
kittens
kidding.
with moms.
I'm not getting
We have
another
bottle
cat.
babies. There's all levels of kittens that you can foster. So just kind
Montana?
of depending on your commitment level and your experience level, we
Anyone's
can
from
definitely find
Montana,
you kittens
go
to
adopt this
foster.
cat.
Well, thank you so much, Aubrey.
As another reminder, you can visit petforyou.com or Friends of the Animal Shelter of St. Joseph.
I don't know. Just a dumb video, but I thought it was funny that that popped up. Nothing there. Yeah, Microsoft earnings after hours. How did all these do? UBS. Oops. It went up. False breakout. Not the best thing you want to be seeing, but Caterpillar. Caterpillar got clapped. It actually was up. Then it started selling off. Another false breakout, kind of. No good. No good. What else we got? A lot of earnings this week. You had Pizza or Yum. I guess Pizza Hut's going downhill or something like that. I saw an article on it. I just skimmed it though. Or I didn't skim the article, I just saw the headline. But looks like it sold off and now it's kind of recovering here. Oh wait, that's a year chart. Going for the breakout. What else we got here? Isn't Garmin the GPSs? Yeah. This thing got clapped. What else? What else? What else? Oh yeah, Stellantis. I think that's a automaker. I want to say. the hell kind of cars does Stellantis make? I've never even heard of it until like recently. Never seen one. Wow. Oh, is Stellantis Jeep? I thought Dodge was. Wait, is Stellantis like Dodge and stuff? I'm confused. It's the world's fourth largest automaker by sales. Who the hell is it? Fiat Chrysler? Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know Stellantis was the one who owned all of these. I didn't know that was the name. That makes sense. I seen her in a Maserati. Good to know, good to know. I seen her in the Maserati. Told her, baby, rock that body. Penske? PAG? They sold off. Everything's getting clapped. Isn't Penske like the rental? I guess not. I thought Penske was the rentals. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about cars. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. Maybe I know more than I think. Norwegian Cruise Line. Got clapped. Again? Jeez. I mean, that's a bullish ass trend for the past 3 years, though. That looks good as fuck. I mean, besides COVID. COVID kind of destroyed these stocks, but still somewhat bullish. You just didn't get a... If you would have got a 35 right here, got a higher high, that would have been good. What else? Wingstop. Let's see Wingstop. I was interested in this one. Up 11%. Damn. Must be at all-time highs. Oh no. Oh no. They crushed that earnings though. What's up, Michael Casper? How you doing, bro? Feel like I haven't seen that name in here in a while. Hopefully you're doing all right. Always here? Ah, I guess I just never see you type in chat. But God bless you, Michael. Appreciate you supporting the stream, my friend. Appreciate it. That was pretty solid. You got the breakout here in 2020 at the end of 2023 going into 24. Now you got the retrace. And you're getting a little bounce on the retrace. Who knows if it makes its way to all-time highs the next like year or so, but it doesn't look bad. I kind of like Wingstop. It's an interesting pick, but you know, all in GameStop, so I don't really buy these things. Don't really buy these things. Etsy. Etsy's about to break lows again. They went up on earnings, but clapping out now. What else? What else? Scott's Miracle Grow. That's one of the picks as well. See how that one did. Clapped. Clapped. I think it broke lows. I can't remember the last time or what price it was last time. I mean, they beat expectations, but it was like barely anything. Come on. Oh yeah, it broke lows. Yep, breaking lows. Not the best pick. Not the best pick. But maybe future could be all right, but it's not. It's down about 60% in the past 5 years, down 30% in the past year. So definitely not the best, but it could be. You know, this thing was 250. It hit like 250 back in. Obviously, 2021 was a weird, you know, situation for the market, but still, it hit $250. And even before that, like 2017, it hit 100. So this thing could be somewhat undervalued. I don't know. I know I've researched it before. Just because let's see what their last 10K was. What's up, Isaiah? Listening to Journey? Nice. Oh, the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. That's the only song I know by them. I'll be honest. I don't know any other songs. I mean, I probably do. I just can't think of any on top of my head. See, and then last year they only lost, like, they were losing, you know, 2022 they lost 437 million, 2023 they lost 380 million, but 2024 they only lost 35 million. So it's very likely they could post a profit this year. But who knows? You know, like I said, like I always say, you know, I'm all in GameStop. I'm interested in these companies. If I wasn't all in GameStop, I would buy this, but you know, it's kind of hard. It's hard for me to want to buy other companies when I have already such an overexposed position. Yeah, just a small town girl. All right, I know that one. I know that one. I just like the wheel in the sky. That one's fire. That's a good song. Oh, the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. But yeah, see, this first quarter here, they posted a loss of 69 million, or they're down 69 million so far on the year. But last year's first quarter, they were down 80 million. So it's very likely Scott's Miracle-Gro posts a profit this year, or at least, you know, barely a loss. I don't think they're going to post anything like exponential, you know. I don't think they're going to post like a 50 million profit or anything. If they do profit, it'll probably be like 5 or 10, but I also haven't dove in that much. It's just kind of, you know, an assumption, I guess. I would have to like really dive in to the balance sheet to know what they would potentially post. But yeah, interesting pick somewhat. And also, you know, if you go back, you know, back in 2021, there was at $250. You go back to the 10K in 2021, they weren't doing as well as they are now. Let's see. I mean, they have more assets, but that's just because they've lost so much money the past couple years. Now they're, you know, they had back here in 2021, they had 4.8 billion assets. Now they only have like 2.8 billion, but still. Oh, wow, they were actually way profitable back in 2021. Okay, never mind, damn. Interesting, very interesting. And then after, yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. This company used to crush. I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened. So yeah, Scott's Miracle-Gro is an interesting pick, especially if they could, you know, come back and start making hundreds of millions of dollars again. I don't know how possible it is, but I mean, they were doing it. They were doing it. Where's this? There we go. Their sales were 5 billion that year. I wonder what their sales are now. Their cost of sales has gone up a lot. 3.4, damn. All right, let's go. I want to go back here. I kind of want to. I mean, I don't think I'm going to buy this, but I'm just interested in the potential, I guess. Yeah, see, they got way less assets now. So that's a negative thing for sure. But it seems like they could post a profit. Sales are down. Sales are a little bit down, but not that bad. And they eliminated a lot of their cost of sales. If you go back to that 2021 one, their cost of sales was like 3.9 billion or some crazy shit. So they've gotten their cost of sales down quite a bit. It's good to see. But also their, net sales are going down as well. But something interesting I see right here. It says income loss from operations. 2022 they lost 434 million. 2023 they lost 174 million. But 2024 they actually posted a profit. So there's something going on here. It must be interest expense. Maybe they just have a lot of debt or something. It's possible. You'd have to, like, open the 10K and go read if you wanted to get the full story. But, this doesn't look bad, dude. Obviously, the chart looks like shit. What's their market cap? 2.7? It's not overvalued or anything. Very interesting. I think that's a good pick. Of course, it could continue to sell off. It's very, very bearish, pretty negative. Well, basically flat for the past 2-3 years, but somewhat bearish. I don't know. It's an interesting pick though, that's for sure. Especially if they can turn profitable again. That could be. I don't know how much it would go up, but I think you could expect at least a double on that. I don't know. It's hard to say. And time frame, of course, who knows? And where it goes, down. How far it goes down in that time frame, who knows? So, but an interesting pick for nonetheless. Okay, what else? Chef's Warehouse? I've never heard of that before. Chef's Warehouse. What's up? I wanna make love to your woman. Is it that chef? I wanna make love. Is it that chef? It's bullish, that's for sure. It's been crushing this whole year. It's always interesting when you see stocks like this, like the market's been selling the fuck off, and then there's this thing that's basically all at all-time highs. Like you've probably never heard of this company in your life, and it's just at all-time highs. It's like, what? The market's selling off? Since when? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't look like the market's selling off to me. Specialty food items, huh? All right, we could go through all these all day. There's so many companies, But after hours is really what we're looking for. Microsoft, Meta, and Qualcomm. That's gonna be a big shift for the market, I think, if all of those go down or up. You got Public Storage after hours as well. I think this thing's like at all-time highs too, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, never mind. I thought it was. I think I don't remember the last time I looked at this, I'll be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's still up quite a bit. Let's see, what else? Allstate. You're in good hands. What is that doing? I think insurance has been crushing, if I'm not mistaken. Assuming that's the insurance company. Yeah, it is. Yeah, all-time highs, basically. Insurance been crushing. Got the breakout right here. You had a range at 106 to 135 between 2021 and 2023. You broke out of it. Eventually, you should get the retrace at some point. It'll come back to 120 or 130, and that'll be the optimal time to buy, I would imagine. Who knows, though? Who knows? It looks like they're expecting really, and it can make a big move downward on earnings as well, because that is after hours. eBay, Robinhood. I think Robinhood's trash. I don't know. Oh no, it's up 186% on the year. What? 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 Holy shit. Damn. That thing crushed. It was flat for so long. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. All right. eBay. I mean, I should be looking at these after hours. eBay doesn't look bad. They should post pretty well, I would imagine. What else? So many companies, so many. We'll save these for after hours. I don't need to go through all these. What's energy's leading the way down. And consumer discretionary. And GameStop's flat, so that's good to see. It's always good to see, when consumer discretionary is getting clapped, it's good to see GameStop not really moving. Okay. Ooh, I want to see if this changed at all after that GDP thing. Let's see if this changed. No, it doesn't look like it. I don't know. This thing doesn't really make sense. But, the data, we posted a negative quarter, and, from everyone's perception, you would think we're going to post another one. But according to this thing, we're in expansion and not anywhere near a recession. So I don't know. I also don't know how accurate this thing is, but still interesting. Maybe it just hasn't updated. I don't know. I mean, I personally don't think we're going to go in one, so I think that's I don't know. Especially when you compare it to 2022, we were down 1% on the first quarter, and the Fed was increasing rates, and then we posted a positive one. Now we posted a down 0.3%, and the Fed's going to cut rates. Like, I don't think we're in recession mode, but who knows? The way people talk, you would think we are, but honestly, like, who cares? Recession doesn't necessarily mean the market's going to go down. As much as people want to act that way. And it can. Don't get me wrong, but if it was a for sure thing, all these people crying recession would short the market, But that's not the case. That's not the case. Everyone's crying recession, and they're too scared to short because they don't actually know what they're saying, or they don't actually believe in what they're saying. We read about that too. You remember? You want to bet? And then it makes them question, do I actually believe what I'm saying? Maybe we'll read more of that book. That's a good ass book. We'll see what news it. God, there's a lot of insider buying I need to do, but I really don't even want to do it. I'm pretty sick of insider buying, I'll be honest. Doesn't seem to have that much of a benefit besides like learning. These guys bought New York Educational Retirement Board. They bought another 6,200 shares, an 8% increase in position. It says their estimated average price is $35. That's insane. That's kind of insane. Yeah, some bigger sales on Bank of New York. They sold, I think we already saw this. 46,000 shares. It was like 2% of their position. But these guys sold out completely. Rice Partnership and Pensera. They sold out completely. But I think we saw this one yesterday. That's a big change in position. 169%. It's a lot. That's a lot. Ads. Freaking ads, bro. Freaking ads, bro. I'll change the ads in a second. Rejecting 95K multiple times, but you're not getting big sell-offs yet on Bitcoin, so that's good. But 95K is huge resistance here, and you know, market mechanics. You can see back, you know, November to February, you were in a range of, I mean, your lows were like 92, but your average range was like 95 to 105, so 95 is going to, of course, be massive resistance because of this move right here, you know, February 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th, you know, you clapped a lot of people here who were buying, you know, 95,000, so, you know, stock goes up, anyone who's trapped here, they're going to sell for break even, and, you know, anyone who's bearish on crypto, they're going to short here, but I don't know. Crypto is a weird one. Crypto is weird. It's weird how it's up and the market's just not even that good. Very unprecedented. All right. What the hell did I just delete? Okay. Ads. 8 people here. What's up? Another slow stream today. Oh, we're only 30 minutes in. That's not bad. That's not bad. And we started a little bit early compared to what we usually have been doing. Market's selling off again. Actually, never mind. When I was at the gym today, the S&P was down like 1.7. Now it's only down 1%. And the VIX really isn't up that much. It's not no $40 VIX anymore. That's for sure. Let's see. Let's read that. Foreign shareholders traveling to Omaha for Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting face new puzzle. Damn. Do you have to be a shareholder to go to this? That'd be so cool to go to this. Man, that would be so sick, dude. I think you have to be a shareholder, though. Wouldn't that be badass, though, to go see Buffett? You know? That dude's not going to be around for much longer. It'd be pretty legit to go see him. That's crazy, dude. Berkshire's annual gathering can attract as many as 40,000 people. Bro, WrestleMania broke a record when I was there for like 62,000 people. Like, that's fucking insane. Like 40 40,000 people to go to this? That's fucking nuts, dude. Like, imagine GameStop gets that kind of, like, shareholder following. It could be bigger than Berkshire, dude. GameStop could be bigger than Berkshire as far as, like, a following. Like, 40,000 people? Holy shit. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. I think that'd be epic, though, to go see Buffett. He's 94, so we got to do it soon. Our count grew to about 800 last year, and my simply signing one item per person took about 2.5 hours, Buffett said in an annual letter in 2009. Since we expect even more international visitors this year, Charlie and I... Oh, this is an old thing. That's crazy. Buffett used to, like, give autographs and stuff. Probably doesn't do it anymore, but... That's fucking wild, dude. 40,000 people. That's insane. That's actually insane. Sup, Muma? How you doing, bro? I'll read that. Maybe that. First solar stock plunges, not surprised. I-bond Treasury Department announces new series I-bond rate of 3.98% for the next 6 months. Damn, that's a savage I-bond. That might be the largest I-bond. These are interesting because they're tax-free, I believe. Oh yeah. I remember back in 2022, these I bonds were like 10% or some fucking crazy shit. That's wild. See, that's another massive difference from now in 2022. Like, the market's expectations for rates back then was crazy. But now, 4% on the I bond. The market's not, expecting much as far as yields going up. But yeah, I remember this. I forgot that the I bonds were that nuts back then. I completely forgot about that. So crazy. Offering a fucking 10% I bond. So crazy. What else we got? Dollar General is one of the best stock performers of Trump's first 100 days. What? What? Dollar General, is that DG? Yep. Is it all-time highs? What do you mean? This thing's not even performing that good. What? What? What are you selling? Didn't we just look at Robinhood and Allstate? They were up like 100% on the... I don't know. Stupid. CNBC's dumb. This is why you don't take opinions from, like, news when it comes to stocks, because who cares? Is Snapchat still dying? It might have broke lows. That connects to my phone, so I can watch the Gme ticker as I pressure wash. I mean, you should just not really care what the price is, realistically. I would say it's a distraction in your mind to even care, like, what the price is. You know? You get what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't even be thinking about the market. You should be thinking about your job, you know? There's like paying attention to the stock market, watching it all day, every day, caring what the price is. I promise you, it will never benefit you. I can guarantee it. So like, if you can detach from the market, outside of the market, you will, your mental health will thank you. I promise. Caring about the market is stupid. I'll be, take it from me. I've been doing this forever. Like, literally, like, being able to detach from the market is the #1 thing in the world. When it comes, if you're like, a participant, being able to detach is the best. Because a lot of people can't detach. A lot of people are fucking addicted to this shit. Because they're, mostly because they trade, but I'm addicted to it because I love it. I don't even remember the last time I did a trade, but even I try to detach. Get VR glasses and put the ticker up. Nah, definitely just detach from the market, honestly. You can come into the stream and see the ticker right there. And then get back to work. And even that, like, sometimes I don't even want the ticker up because I personally don't even care about the price. I really only do it because I know people like it. But like, for me to have to look up here and see the price all day, every day, it's like, I don't even like it. I'd rather just not care, personally. Because I really don't. At this point, I really don't care about the price. Because I don't plan on selling anytime soon. I might, if we hit like 30, maybe I'll take, 50 or 100 shares off the table, but I'm not going to sell like even 20%, even 10% of my position anytime soon. So it's like, who cares? Who cares what the price is when that's your mentality? Who really cares? Neuralink, so I could be playing some games. Be playing chess. The chess would be boring if you had the Neuralink, because you would know every move. That'd be lame. Make me a robot, Elon. Let me mentally play games. I tried the meta ones. They were cool, but you would look goofy as fuck wearing those in public. Really? Aren't they just like Ray-Bans? Don't they just look like this? Bobby Ray-Bans. Bobby. Holy shit, I cannot see shit with these. These are good outside glasses, but not good for the stream. I literally can't even see my screen. Like, I can, but like, it's hard. The freaking polarization. Don't they just look like these? Just a little more bulky in a camera? I swear they do. I don't want to wear these ones. Let me wear the Uso glasses for a little bit. Uso! Bro. Uso's fighting Logan Paul. That shit's so whack. If Logan Paul wins the championship, I don't think I'll ever watch wrestling again. I'm like straight up. If Logan Paul becomes WWE champion, I will never watch wrestling. I will never watch it again. Well, I'll watch Backlash because I want to see, John Cena versus Randy Orton, but if Logan Paul wins, my wrestling days are done. I don't care either, Cordell. I hope for a squeeze, but I always said Ryan Cohen is the Buffett and GME is the next Berkshire. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do going forward, but either way, I think GameStop's one of the better companies to invest in the upcoming recession. But yeah. It's just interesting. It's an interesting prospect. What happens when literally, what happens when they bought Bitcoin? When they spent everything for Bitcoin and the stock squeezes and they do another at the money and now they have, you know, 5-6 billion of Bitcoin and 3 or 4 billion of cash. Like, what happens if that happens? Like, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane if that happens. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but like, I don't know. I don't know if they would use their cash to buy Bitcoin, just because, you know, the safer option is just hold cash and take the 4%. But Ryan Cohen's a G, you know? Ryan Cohen's a G. He has, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think you were right. Intel is now no longer. I think they're being divided and sold to other companies. I'm not sure. They're still making stuff. I just don't know if you know, it's market mechanics. You can only test that support and bounce off that support so many times. You know, you got those 10-20% bounces off the support in the past. And now you're not getting those bounces, and that's, you know, that's doesn't matter, you know, who what stock it is. That's just mechanics, you know. It's only going to bounce off that price so many times before it sells through it. Sup, Elvis? Sup? Smashing the like button. Thank you, Elvis. Thank you. Hey, but I mean, I don't know if I don't personally think we're going recession, but it's interesting to see a negative quarter. And it's accurate. It was an accurate negative quarter. A lot of the headlines was like, the quarter is going to be, you know, negative 0.3. And it was. So congrats to any analyst who predicted that. Because I really didn't think we would post a negative quarter. But I don't think we're going to post a negative next quarter. I really don't. I wouldn't say it's not possible. It's definitely possible. Anything's possible, but I don't think we're posting a negative quarter next quarter. Thank you very much. All right, let's read some articles, I guess. Trump blames Biden after GDP shrinks in first quarter, says growth will take a while. Go face soon. I mean, tariffs shouldn't, I mean, in some way, tariffs could increase GDP because we're taking in more money. So it's, you know, I don't, you know, you can argue that tariffs are going to make GDP go down, but there's also an argument that tariffs make GDP go up. You never know. All right, President Trump on Wednesday blamed his predecessor and defended his sweeping tariffs after new data showed the U.S. economy contracting last quarter, while warning that his promised boom will take a while. This former President Joe Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until January 20th, Trump said in Truth Social post. Tariffs will soon start kicking in, and companies are starting to move into the U.S. at record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden overhang, he claimed. This will take a while, has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us with bad numbers. But when the boom begins, it will be like no other. Be patient, Trump wrote. The defensive social media post came less than an hour after the release of the U.S. Department of Commerce report showing GDP fell at 0.3%, annualized pace in the first 3 months of the year. It was the first quarter of negative growth since Q1 of 2022. Damn, I should have a freaking media outlet. They're literally just saying everything I've already said. Trump's claim that the negative GDP and subsequent market declines were a result of Biden's policies is inaccurate, however. According to the Commerce Department, the GDP figure reflects a wave of imports that companies made in an effort to get ahead of Trump's promised tariffs. Also weighing on GDP was a drop last quarter in government spending, driven largely by a cut in defense. A separate report earlier Wednesday morning showed the private payrolls rose by just 62,000 in April, far below the Dow Jones consensus estimate for an increase of 120,000. The weak hiring report from ADP marked the smallest gain since July 2024. It also showed a stark drop in payroll growth from the downwardly revised gain of 147,000 in March. Markets fell sharply at the open after GDP report and disappointing corporate results. The bad economic data could hang over Trump's meeting with more than 24 business leaders at the White House later Wednesday, and his blame casting in response to this report could trip up his recent efforts to take credit for what he asserts are a slew of positive economic developments. For example, in a speech Tuesday evening celebrating the 100th day of his second presidential term, Trump boasted that prices are coming way down, claiming that's what I've done. In fact, the latest GDP report showed that the personal consumption expenditures price index, the Fed's preferred inflation measure, sharply increasing by 3.6% in Q1, up from 2.4% rise in prior quarter. Meanwhile, experts have pegged the shrinking payroll numbers and cratering consumer confidence to uncertainty and fear surrounding Trump tariffs. Trump's current attempt to shirk responsibility for the economy is a mirror image of his effort to take credit for the stock market when it was on the rise during the Biden administration. On January 29th, 2024, the then presidential candidate wrote on Truth Social, "This is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win." Andrew Bates, a former White House spokesman under Biden, tore into Trump over his latest claim. When Joe Biden handed Donald Trump the best performing economy in the world, experts praised the U.S. for leaving every other wealthy nation in the dust. Now we're plummeting towards a Trump session. Trump session. The Trump session. For their manufacturing. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of opinions, you know. A lot of people think U.S. is the one who's going to get clapped off of this. A lot of people say China. I guess we'll find out in like another quarter or two. No, a recession's 2 quarters, bruh. 2 quarters negative GDP. That's the definition of a recession. 2 negative quarters. Not one. Not one. And, you know, like I was saying earlier, 2022, you know, we posted that down 1% quarter while the Fed was raising rates. And then, you know, it started being normal. Now you posted a 0.3% quarter or negative 0.3% quarter, and the Fed's about to cut rates. So it's definitely different. Definitely different. But we'll see. We will see. We shall see. Yeah, halfway. We're halfway there. Whoa! Living on a prayer. Take my tariffs and we'll make it, I swear. Trump got his tariffs hot. The union men on strike. They're down on their luck 'cause of Trump. Ooh, it's Trump. Don't fear the reaper. No, the wind, no, the sun, or the rain. Yeah. I mean, who cares? Like, even if we go into a recession, like, it doesn't guarantee that the stock market's gonna drop. Like, I don't know, you know? That's what, like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But it doesn't guarantee anything. It literally doesn't guarantee anything, even if it happens. Like, let's see, let's see if I can even see it, if it'll let me bring it up. When was the last time we were in recession? 2020? I mean, that was a fake-ass recession, though. So, I forgot they changed this. That's so stupid. So I can't look at the max. I don't remember the last time we had a recession in the US. I can't look at the chart. But, yeah, maybe I can look it up. When was... Well, it's going to say 2020, the last recession in United States. It's going to say 2020. Wikipedia, nice. Let's see. Doesn't even have 20. Oh, right here. COVID recession. The Great Recession, 2007 to 2009. Okay. Markets got clapped then. But that was because of the mortgages, not necessarily because of a recession. And then this was the .com bubble. 1990 to 91. It's probably going to be our best bet. There's a chart. Be okay in a recession. I mean, a recession doesn't really, I don't think it really affects most people, to be honest. I don't really know. Unless this happens. This happens, you know, it's going to affect some people. Here's .com bubble right there. Where are we at? What are we going to? Early 1990s recession. July 1990 to March 1991. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't even go that far. Doesn't even go that far. Let's see. What a rip. Rip. A rip. We can't even look to see if there was a crash in 90 to 91. Because the SPY wasn't even trading back then. I don't even know what we'd look up. Maybe the Dow? What's the ticker for the Dow? I forget. D something. I'm just going to put Dow. DJI. That's what it is. I think. Is that right? That doesn't sound right. It's DIA, right? Yeah. DIA. And that hasn't been around that long either. What did people used to trade back then? I don't think futures go that far. Nope. I don't know. Let's try an individual stock. Let's see what McDonald's. See how far back this goes. There we go. Okay, so 1990 to 91 right there. All right, so maybe the market will go down if we recession. Who knows? But it doesn't mean, you know, it's always recovered. Every time it's recovered. Every single time. I mean, this is McDonald's, so it's kind of tough to use McDonald's as a reference because it's not really, you know, an index or anything like that. But we can go. How far does this go back? Damn, into the 70s? Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. 1969 to 1970. I mean, here's 1969 to 70, flat. 1973 to 75. Then 1973 to 75, McDonald's was crushing. Oh, no, never mind. It was at all-time highs in 73, and then it started to sell off. Then recovered. 1980. There's 1980 right there, basically flat. There's also a dollar stock back then, so I guess that's technically a down, like 10% move right there. 1981 to 82. I mean, that's, you know, recession, 1981 to 82. McDonald's went up like 20-30% or more. So, you know, just because a recession happens doesn't mean markets are going to go down. In the 90s. Where's the 90s? Is that what it said? Early 90s? Yep. Early 90s. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Right here. I mean, flat. Then you got to sell off, recover. The market in the 80s is even comparable. Go to today's market. It's same shit. Less participants. Same shit. Market hasn't changed much. Promise. I promise you. The market's been the same since the 80s. It's the same now. Just more participants, maybe more volatile. Still the same shit, though. Hasn't changed. Literally hasn't changed. So I really, yeah. I just can't agree with that. To me, the market hasn't changed at all. Hey, look, Semlar finally bought more Bitcoin. Only 50 million, though. Semlar. That was a question? Oh, I see. Well, yeah. In my opinion, the market hasn't changed. Since its creation, which is, I don't know when it was created. Late 1800s, early 1900s. I don't remember. When was the stock market invented? Invented? Created? Let's say created. Oh, late 1700s. The first stock market began in Amsterdam in 1611. The U.S. didn't get into the stock market game until the late 1700s. Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, in my opinion, the market hasn't changed really at all. But you know, that's my opinion. I don't think there's an accurate way to, or like a for sure like fact, like the market's any different or the same than it is now. That's kind of more of a matter of opinion, I would say. So, but yeah, I guarantee if I went and looked at like if there's an S&P 500 equivalent trading back in the 1900s or 1800s or whatever, I can almost guarantee the market mechanics are the same. I don't know, but to me, every stock in, you know, crypto chart, they're all the same. They all perform the same. The market mechanics are all the same, you know. For the most part, you know, the day-by-day moves are different, but the overall mechanics of the market are the same. So to say the market's at all, you know, different than it was back then, I just don't know if I could agree with that or not. I just don't know. I wasn't around. I've only been in the market for like 6 years, but you know, from my understanding, it's all the same. Support, resistance, false breakouts, triangles, all the technical patterns. I don't, you know, the market hasn't changed at all. Besides maybe, well, I guess back then you did have to like buy stocks on the phone. So I guess really there wasn't much technical analysis going on. But so maybe in that case it's a lot different, but I don't know, you know, I don't know what charts looked like back then. I wasn't trading in the fucking 1800s. Like I don't know. Who knows if they even had charts back then, you know? Some fucking idiot on the phone probably just made up a price. And was like, "Yeah, you want to buy these shares?" Like, I don't know. But as far as, you know, ever since there's been charts, I would say it's about the same. Much more technology, though. You think it never changed? I mean, the market's mostly driven off of, like, consumer confidence, I guess. Market perception. It's not really, it doesn't really seem like the movement's based on technology. It's based on people's opinions. So, I don't know if the technology really changes much besides maybe the volatility and the ease of access. But I think if, you know, if you're scared about the economy and you have to call in to sell your shares, I would assume the mindset is the same as someone just clicking a button to sell their shares. But I don't know. Been around since the 1700s, and yet 98% of people trading lose money. How the hell does that work? It's because it's marketing. It's the same way, you know, slot machines have been around for who the fuck knows how long. It's the it's the what's the word I'm looking for? The I don't know the exact word I'm looking for, but it's basically just the hope of hitting something. You know, trading's just gambling. That's all it is, really. So, you can become addicted to trading pretty easily. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there was charts back then. I really don't. I don't think so. Because when you read operations of a stock operator, it didn't seem like there was charts back then. It was just order flow and they had the price right there. I don't know, though. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I mean, we haven't changed much. Us as humans. You know, there's been a lot of technology and stuff, but we haven't changed much. So it's hard for me to think that the stock market's changed that much. 1700 stock market. I don't know. Maybe. I don't really dive into that type of market history because I don't know. I just don't really care. I don't think. Inside Job 2010, 2019, 1987, 2016, 2001, 2009. This might be when the movies came out though. Ooh, Freakonomics. I think that's a really good book if I remember right. Or a movie. I think I've watched that. I can't remember. This Money Masters could be good, maybe. I don't know. That one seems like it somewhat goes into more historic things. Money Masters. Or this one. I mean, this isn't 1700s, but American Experience, The Crash of 1929. That could be a good one. It's not 1700s, but Black Tuesday was crazy. Black Tuesday. Yeah, let's see. Secret History of the Federal Reserve. This is new. Film explores a secretive meeting that took place on Jekyll Island in 1910. Provides detailed accounts of how this is just about the Fed. The China Hustle. Do the hustle. Do the hustle. Yeah, that Masters of Money and that other one are like probably the best. Or I don't know if they're the best, but they're the only things I've seen that. Oh, this is on YouTube. Oh, it's a fucking, it's a commercial. American Experience, huh? Are these on Netflix? Netflix? Oh, I don't know if I'll get clapped having Netflix up like that. So I'm just gonna not. Money Master. Nope, that's not there. And that one's not there either. Rip. Let's do early 1800 stock market documentary. Century of Peace, bear markets in the 1800s. Ooh. There's only one global bear market in the 1800s, from what this says. This is like a little chart from the 1842 to 1850. Doesn't look like a lot. In the 1800s, there were only 4 stock markets in the world, located in London, Amsterdam, Paris, and the United States. During the 1800s, stock markets were found in every major country in the world. By the end of the 1800s, data from over dozens of countries was available for the World Stock Index. Although there was only one global bear market in the 1800s, individual countries endured more than one bear market between 1800 and 1900. Britain had bear markets between April 1802 and August 1803, down 31%. Between November 1809 and November 1812, down 20%. And between January 1825 and October 1848, down 37%. The London Stock Exchange then had a 51-year bull market run between 1848 and May 1899, whence the market declined by 37% to October 1915. Hence, there were only 3 bear markets in London during the 1800s. France suffered several more bear markets than the United Kingdom in the 1800s. There was really only one stock that traded in France until the 1800s, and that was from the Banque de France. The stock suffered 20% or greater declines in 1803 from 1807 to 1814. In 1815, after the defeat of Napoleon, and between 1825 and 1831, after railroads began dominating the French stock markets in the 1830s, there were bear markets between July 1840 and March 1848, down 58%. Between May 1856 and March 1871, down 33%. And between December 1881 and May 1887, down 20%. If you look at Germany, you find 6 bear markets between June 1844 and June 1848, down 51%. Between May 1853 and April 1854, down 25%. Between May 1856 and June 1859, down 27%. Between November 1872 and June 1877, down 64%. Between December 1889 and November 1891, down 31%. And between May 1899 and October 1901, down 26%. The data for the United States is quite interesting because the United States suffered its longest bear markets in the early 1800s. Between January 1792 and January 1843, the US 100 index declined by 66.8%. Finance companies dominated the stock exchanges, and because state-imposed restrictions, banks and insurance companies had few opportunities for growth. Although stocks on average declined in price by 1% per annum between 1792 and 1843, stocks provided a dividend yield of 5%, generating a positive total return of 4% per annum. The Panic of 1857 sent the U.S. stock market into a tailspin between August 1853 and October 1857, down 33%. The decline between July 1864 and October 1873 was largely a result of the deflation following the Civil War, when the stock market declined 34.4%. The final bear market occurred between May 1881 and January 1885, when the stock market fell by 34.6%. What is important to notice here is the lack of coordination between the bear markets in London, Paris, Berlin, and the United States. Today, as soon as a decline occurs in one market, it is transmitted to other markets throughout the world in hours. This simply wasn't the case in the 1800s, before the telegraph could transmit information around the world. Markets moved independently of one another, and although there was some coordination, it was limited. In addition to this, London represented a majority of the world's market capitalization in the 1800s. So changes in London drove changes in the global stock market. London didn't have a bear market. London didn't have a bear market between 1848 and 1899, so neither did the World Stock Index. The World Index, measured in British pounds, is illustrated in Figure 2. As can be seen, the only bear market during the 1800s occurred between July 1845 and November 1848, when the index declined by 31%. There were a number of corrections in the index of 10% or more at different points in time, but no bear markets with a decline of 20% or more. Okay, of course, in July 1914, World War I began. During the 1900s, the world suffered bear markets between August 1912 and July 1921, down 39.9%. So I guess that made a good point. Markets aren't, like, global markets aren't as correlated as they were, or as they are now. Back then, it seemed markets moved individually, it seemed, according to that. August 1929 and June 1932, down 75%. February 1937 and May 1940, down 39%, well, 40%. May 1946 and September 1949, down 26%. November 1968 and June 1970, down 25%. Good Lord. March 1973 and September 1974, down 43%. April and August 1982, down 26%. August and November 1987, down 23.7%. And between January and September 1990, down 25.9%. Bear markets shortened in time but became more frequent during the 1900s. So we don't even need to watch a documentary. We got everything right here. I mean, assuming this is accurate, you know, who knows if this is actually accurate, but should also be noted that the coordination of financial markets improved over the course of the 20th century. A decline in stocks in the United States usually led to a decline in stocks in other countries. It no longer took days or weeks for a decline in London or New York to influence other stock markets, but hours. The declines in the first half of the 1900s were driven by World War I and World War II. By the end of the 1900s, financial panics and recessions became the main drivers of global bear markets. Interesting. I gotta go blow my nose. Dude, a hostel. Be kind of funny. Your grandparents die and you get paper stocks from 1700s and you think it's old garbage and toss it away. Oh, that would be so sad. Imagine. Fuck. That would be sad. It's like 100 years of fucking growth. You just toss it in the trash. All right, war, peace, and financial markets. Stock markets have gone through many fundamental changes over the past 400 years. During the 1700s, there was a handful of international trading companies that dominated stock markets in Amsterdam, London, and Paris. Investors primarily bought stocks for their dividends, and price largely remained unchanged. That's interesting. Investors primarily bought stocks for their dividends. That's interesting. Because, you know, I hate dividends, personally. I think they're trash. But it's interesting that, you know, that was why people bought back then. And it makes sense why it's still, like, why people still want dividends today when, you know, you can physically see that it artificially lowers the price of the stock. So, very interesting right there. And prices largely remained unchanged, except when a war came along imposing losses on investors. While the 1700s were a century of war in which government debt grew dramatically. All right, that makes sense, though. If the stocks weren't moving at all, you know, it would make sense why you would want dividends. While the 1700s were a century of war in which government debt grew dramatically, but stock market capitalization grew slowly, the 1800s were the opposite. There were no major wars in Europe between 1815 and 1914, and stock markets grew rapidly. Government debt declined during those 100 years, but stock market capitalization increased in size. There was only one major bear market in the entire century. When war returned to the continent in 1914, government debt soared, market capitalization shrank as a share of GDP, and bear markets returned. One wonders what would have happened if the 1700s had been a century of peace, or the 1800s had been a century of war. Would stock markets have expanded in the 1700s as they did in the 1800s? Would the industrialization of the economy have been delayed if wars had plagued the European continent in the 1800s? And what about the world in the 1900s? What if World War I and II had never occurred? How different would our world have been today? China, India, and Russia would have been industrialized faster and been an integral part of the global economy in a way they weren't when socialism dominated their economies. What about the 21st century? Will it be a century of war, a century of peace? Will emerging markets become developed markets? Will financial panics or wars drive the bear markets in the next 100 years? Only time will tell. Interesting. And that was a good read. I like that. Shout out to whoever made me, I think it was Muma, that kind of pushed me into researching a little more there. Very interesting. Very interesting. History is always interesting. I don't read much history. I don't really, it's not that exciting for me. I like being up to date. I like reading new information. Not a big history buff. I'm not saying history is not interesting. It's just, personally, I'd rather read new information than old information, I guess. But that was a good read. That was a good read. I don't think we read about this yesterday. That's that. What's up, Hugh G? Today's news is tomorrow's history. Hey, that's true. That's true. What's up, Hugh G? How you been, bro? You've been fucking grinding this week, my friend. You've been straight grinding. I haven't even seen you, like, really at all. That's fucking legit. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know Donut Operator, but YouTuber Donut Operator pays Korean Navy SEAL 7K fine for attacking Johnny Somali. That's legit, Donut. Shout out to Donut, bro. That's legit. What a G. Donut here. That's so funny. Donut here. That's a good YouTube channel. Good YouTube channel. Not bad. Well, depends if you like that kind of stuff, I guess. Alabama lawsuit says TikTok exploits children and keeps them in a mindless scroll. Definitely. Definitely. Holy shit. That's accurate as fuck, bro. Have you ever, like, hung out with someone or, like, a group of people who watch shorts? It's hard to say. You know, I'm probably the only person in here who doesn't watch shorts. So, you know, I'm sorry if my opinion's a little weird here, but whenever I'm, like, hanging out with people and they're all in their phones watching shorts, I feel like I'm with a bunch of fucking zombies, bro. I'm like, huh? Like, what? Like, the face they have. Like, I don't know. Shorts are, like, so bad for your brain, it seems like, from an outside perspective. When I see someone scrolling through shorts, I'm like, bruh, is your brain even, like, working right now? You look like a zombie, literally. Literally. And, like, you know, of course I've scrolled through shorts, you know. I'm sure everyone has. And that's how I feel when I'm scrolling through shorts. I feel like a fucking brain dead person. And time goes by so fast. And maybe that's why people like it so much. Is because, you know, time just flies by and you're not thinking about anything. You're just scrolling. But I don't like that. I like thinking. I personally like thinking. I like reading. Like, usually when I'm on my phone, I'm reading. Dude, when I'm on my phone, I'm doing this. Like, I'm looking for an article to read, and then I read it. Most of the time. It's, like, pretty rare that I'm, like, watching videos, and I almost never watch shorts. And if I do, it's, like, a couple. Just because I got clickbaited or something. All right. That's creepy. That's creepy. For the past few months, I was doing some load bank battery testing project, which was mad easy, work solo, take an hour hooking up my machine, then 4 hours of monitoring. Monitoring a comp screen was a good run. Damn. Now you're back to the man work. Back to the HVAC. Back to the real man work. That's good though. That's good. Work. Mexican work. Mexican work. Mexican work. Work. Mexican work. Whoa. That could be big. Work. Mexican work. Mexican work. Working at that. Working all day. Work. Mexican work. OpenAI rolls back update that made ChatGPT a ass-kissing weirdo. What? Oh yeah, this article. Samsung says U.S. tariffs will affect prices and demand for smartphones and memory chips. X is bringing 4K video uploads to premium subs. EA reportedly cancels another Titanfall game. Lays off several hundred employees. And we've checked out a lot of those. I think they updated this. Freaking website. Seth Rogen got an operator in Black Ops 6? What? That's ridiculous. The Seth Rogen operator. Holy shit. $10? What in the world, dude? Who the hell would pay fucking $10 to be Seth Rogen? That's crazy. That's crazy. You got Jay and Silent Bob as well. What the hell? What the hell? What is this? A chess roguelike? That'd be something. That would be something. Microsoft CEO says AI generates fantastic Python code and that it now creates maybe 20 to 30% of the code in some of our projects. Google's dominance and decline as its overall share of online search dips below 90% for the first time in a decade, and its desktop PC share is now below 80% and falling fast. That's crazy. I mean, I didn't stop using Google, but I definitely don't use it really as much. It's because they track too much, bro. They sell the fuck out of your data. Okay. What kind of socks do I need so they don't get wet? You can get neoprene stuff. It's for like duck hunting and stuff. I don't know if they make neoprene socks though. I'm sure they do, but all right. We got a bunch of articles now. That's fun. I want fishing boots. Yeah, you could do that. Just look for neoprene. That shit would be hot in the summer though. You'd be cooking. You'd be better off just fucking hitting it barefoot or something. Wearing some slides with no socks, you know? I guess we'll read this real quick. XQC explains why TikTok Live isn't a threat to Twitch yet, despite higher viewership. XQC has weighed on TikTok Live, overtaking Twitch in viewership in 25, pointing out a few key stats. Over the years, there have been plenty of streaming platforms looking to challenge Twitch's dominance. Likes of Facebook Gaming, Mixer, and Caffeine have all fallen by the wayside, while both YouTube and Kick are still trying to make up ground. TikTok Live has become a somewhat unexpected challenger too. The short-form video platform has become a part of many streamers' multi-stream setup, and with such a vast number of creation on there, watch time is way up. In fact, as of April 2025, TikTok Live has actually overtaken Twitch for total viewership, as per stream charts, finding it is up 30%, rising to 8.027 billion hours watched. Twitch is only at 8.847 billion hours watched. XQC unsure about TikTok Live overtaking Twitch. While some may point to those numbers as a key example of Twitch's supposed downfall, an opportunity for something else to take over, XQC doesn't believe that TikTok is the next big streaming platform. These guys that watch these streams, their average watch time for a streamer is like 48 seconds, and they've watched like 38 streams, he said. It is what it is, it's a different type of beast. It is still short-form content, almost like a video. It's not really streaming. I agree with that. It's good for exposure, though. The Twitch and Kickstarter claim that live streams will pop up on TikTok around every 10 scrolls, which inflates the numbers. You can add in every person scrolls, a live streamer every 10th scroll, and you put that in the algorithm, which is probably why they have already... What they have already, and you get this, he said, it's how you transfer a little bit of muscle to something you want to push. It's how YouTube has been doing it. Interesting. Do I need to start a TikTok, bro? Do I gotta start streaming on TikTok? Just on the side here? Just have my, like, tripod right here? That'd be interesting. I've never... Like, I've thought about it, but I've never really wanted to do it. Like, it'd be interesting if I just had, like, a tripod right here. But you wouldn't be able to see the screen, so it'd have to be, like, right here or something. So, then you wouldn't be able to see my face. You would just be, like, looking over my shoulder onto the computer screen. So, I don't know. Maybe it... I don't know. Where's my phone? What would it look like? What if I just started streaming on TikTok or on YouTube, a short stream? Can I turn up my brightness, please? Thank you. Like if I just had it right here. That'd be a weird stream. I'm like, what is up, guys? This is a live stream on TikTok, baby. This is a live stream on TikTok. TikTok stream. Doing every platform at once. That's a lot. You need good internet and shit for that. And streaming on Kick and Twitch isn't interesting to me. There's no discoverability. At least if you're doing a YouTube short stream or a TikTok stream, you know, there's discoverability. People are going to scroll through and no matter what, stumble upon your stream. Whereas if I went and streamed on Kick or Twitch at the same time, like nobody's going to, maybe like a couple people might randomly stumble across the stream, but it's not going to be like mass, you know, like this stream, because of the Sauron videos and because nobody streams about GameStop, you know, we get a decent amount of traffic on this, but, well, not today. Today's a pretty slow stream, but, I mean, if I was on Kick right now or Twitch, I wouldn't have no 81 views, you know? I'd have, like, 5 or 10, you know? The 10, 20 people who are here every day, that's who my viewer, maybe, you know? A lot of people wouldn't go to Kick or Twitch, you know? So, you know, we'd have, like, 5, 10 people. Whereas at least this, you know, there's some discoverability. I probably need to change the title of the fucking stream. I bet people are like, I'm not gonna click on that. That guy's bearish. That guy's bearish. I don't know what we should do for the title. I'm just gonna put I don't know what I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put here, let's put a question. Let's put something I always see in here. Let's do that. Everyone likes to say that in my chat for some reason. They never type it correctly. So you know it's like a 5-year-old, but there we go. I'll probably change the title back though, because I don't know. See, Cam chose violence today. I guess so. I don't know. He's weird, bro. It's like he's definitely chilled out a lot. The past couple streams, he actually like typed in the chat like something, you know, I approved of. But then randomly he'll just go hostile, and it's like, bro, who gives a shit? Like, your opinion about GameStop is meaningless. Like, literally. Who gives a shit? I think $30 is a great price for GameStop. You know, would I want to buy GameStop at $30? Probably not, but would I? Yeah, for sure. I probably will, you know, if we keep climbing. At some point, I'm going to be buying $30 shares. It's pretty inevitable if it keeps going up. Pretty inevitable at this point. GME under 100 is a bargain. Maybe under like 50. Maybe under 40. 100, I don't know, that's debatable. Once it hits like 40, 50, you know, that's probably around the real value of the stock, comparing the assets and stuff. But the stock market prices in the future, so you know, if you know, if 40, $50, well, let's be real, the price right now is probably the price GameStop's worth. You know, if it's worth 40, $50, that's up for debate, but the stock market should price in the future. So there should be at some point, you know, GameStop should start just climbing, because I think you know, $100 a share. Let's see, $100 times 447 million. You know, that's a $45 billion market cap. I mean, that's massive, but I think GameStop could do more than that, personally, over a longer period of time. I mean, look at Palantir, you know. If Palantir can do it, GameStop can do it, but GameStop should actually, you know, I don't know the time frame. But at some point GameStop should have over 50 billion in assets if, you know, they keep going on this trajectory. And if the stock squeezes again, you know, if the stock squeezes again and they do another at the money, boom, there's another, you know, 4 billion. So they might get there faster than what could you know, if it wasn't for that aspect, it would probably take many years for them to get to 40 billion in assets. Probably, I don't know, probably a long ass time, probably like 20, 30 years. But if the stock squeezes and continues to squeeze just randomly every couple years or whatever, you know, maybe they could get there way quicker. Who knows? Who knows? I guess I'll read this one. I don't know. Let me get some different glasses here. All my glasses are like so uncomfortable right now. 30 years, I'll get my 100 a share. Yeah, probably. I mean, from a fundamental perspective, you know, that's probably about the time frame. Hope for a 10 bagger, then we back at 40 BMC, baby. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if you're gonna get a. I don't think you're gonna get a 10 bagger on Bitcoin though. Maybe a double or triple. I don't know. You really think Bitcoin's gonna 10 bag from here? You think Bitcoin's going over 1 million? I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. That's tough to say. That's tough to say. I mean, I'll never say never, you know, but 1 million Bitcoin? That's crazy. That's crazy to think about. I think a common misconception about the markets is the speed at which people think their money will grow. One thing I have learned is patience, and I'm grateful for that. Amen. I mean, that's why most people get screwed in the market, because they try to bet on these, you know, massive plays and then they get wrecked. But if you know, you go look at the S&P 500 the past 20, 30 years, I think it's only tripled. Yeah, that's an index. There's a lot of stocks that have done multi-1,000%, but yeah, let's see. 20 years ago, you were at $80 on the SPY. Now you're at 500. So I don't know what that is. I think that's 80 times 5, about 400. So 80 times, so about 6 bag in 20 years. I don't know, 7, maybe 8. Yeah, 7. About a 7 bagger in 20 years. Maybe more, you know, because of all-time highs. And that's on an index. So if that can happen again, I mean, what a... I don't know. I don't know. 600% in 20 years, though. Not bad. Not bad. Same with gambling. They all glorify the wins. Yep. Yep. It's all marketing. Nobody talks about the losses. Nobody. 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 Because that's not how you market. That's not how you sell a course. You know? It's not how you sell a course. Even out at, I think if it got stable 500k a coin would make sense. I think it's evened out now. And it's going to be on a course to basically be the same as the SPY. So maybe 5-10 years from now, you'll see like 200-300k. Maybe it happens faster. I just don't see that, just because there's so much money flowing into it. There's more money flowing into Bitcoin now than ever in history, and the shit has barely moved. So yeah, it's hard to say that it's going to go up to some crazy price. If 500k is a possibility, it's going to take like 10 plus years, most likely. Most likely. Who knows though? Who knows? You know, the market's somewhat bearish right now. Not crypto, but just overall markets. So who knows what happens the next bull run? You know, the next bull run could be crazy. Who really knows? I just try to be realistic, I guess. I don't want to be I don't want to be too disappointed. I'm already a little disappointed, so you know what I was thinking about the other day? I think it was on Monday. I was like having a really bad day on Monday. I don't know. It was weird. And I was just thinking about how, like, money will never make you happy. Ever. Like, I've made so much money the past year. Well, not so much, but like, for literally doing nothing, for just sitting at a fucking computer and doing nothing, I've made a fuckload of money. And like, it doesn't make me happy at all. Like, there is 0% happiness. Like, I don't give a fuck about the money. And it's yeah, it's just funny. I don't know why what made me think about that. Oh yeah, what made me think about that is because a lot of people think like once they get like X amount of money or whatever, like it's gonna change how they feel about the world and how they feel inside, and maybe it'll make you happy for a little bit, but it's not gonna last. It's not gonna last. So I guess my point here is if that's like a mindset you have, and you know, I don't know if this is anyone. For me, it was a mindset I've had before, and you know, I don't think that'll ever change just because the prospect of making more money seems like a legitimate reason to be more happy, but in my opinion, it's not. I really don't think that's the case. I think it's kind of a short-term happiness. Like you'll be excited for a little bit, and then if you're, you know, if you're like me, and life's, you know, whatever, eventually it's gonna hit, and you're gonna be like, oh, right, money doesn't mean a fucking thing, literally. Like having legitimate like people that you can trust and hang out with and whatever, people that you love, I guess, is all that matters. And your health and a lot of other things are way, 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 way more important than just making a fucking some money. Like, who cares about making money, honestly? It literally means nothing. And don't get me wrong, I love making money, so, you know, but it doesn't mean a lot in the grand scope of everything. All right, GTA 6's release date may be revealed soon after major announcement. GTA 6's fall 2025 release window has come under scrutiny for months now, as Rockstar has yet to reveal a second trailer, but a new announcement might have fans breathing a sigh of relief. Rockstar Games' parent company did we read about this? I swear we already read this, but whatever. Take-Two Interactive has remained confident that GTA 6 will release in fall 2025, but the fears of a setback have lingered, especially with the CEO admitting a delay was possible. As we inch closer to fall and a second trailer, still yet to be announced, fans have begun to feel like it's just a matter of time until Rockstar confirms their worst fears. On April 29, an announcement was made, and it's not one you might expect, but it might end up being the best piece of news Grand Theft Auto fans have had in a while. Borderlands 4 moves up release ahead of GTA 6. Okay, we did read about this. In a video spread across social media, Borderlands 4 development chief Randy Pitchford revealed that the game was moving its release date up from September 23 to September 12th. Everything's going kind of the best case scenario. The game is awesome. The team is cooking. And so the launch date for Borderlands 4 is changing. This never happens, you guys. This never happens. We're moving the launch date forward, he said. Borderlands is also published by Take-Two, and it wouldn't make sense for the company to have two of its games compete with each other. After all, plenty of other studios are scared of going up against GTA 6 and are actively avoiding fall 2025 out of caution. By moving the release date forward, it would give Borderlands 4 more time to shine before GTA 6 launches weeks later and steals the spotlight. A theory many shared. However, Pitchford soon looked to claim the pivot became in no relation to GTA 6 or any other game. Borderlands 4 shipping early is 100% the result of confidence in the game and the development trajectory backed by actual tasks and boo-fine fix rates, he said. Our decision in literally 0% of any other product's actual or theoretical launch date. For now, we'll just have to wait and see how the situation unfolds, but fortunately, we may not have to wait much longer. A Take-Two investor call is scheduled for May 15th, and the company will surely either once again double down on a fall 2025 release date for GTA 6, or if we're lucky, a new trailer could arrive before then. Okay, we already read that. Cordell sound like a brokey? I mean, that's the issue, is I'm not. Like, I literally don't have to do anything ever again in my life. Like, unless something truly, like, bad happens, like, there's a possibility I never have to work again in my life. And like that, I don't know. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. But it's a reality. So, I mean, you can take it from me if you want or not. Like, whatever. Whatever. Nintendo's big Switch update adds virtual game sharing and more, with one important catch. The Nintendo Switch just got a major update to prepare for the arrival of Switch 2 in June. Version 20.0.0, released overnight, adds system transfers to Switch 2, as well as support for the new console's game share feature, and the sharing of virtual game cards. Players have quickly discovered a major caveat for the last part. When using virtual game cards, you can't simultaneously play a game online across two separate Switches. It's a confusing hang-up with significant consequences. Here's the full list of changes in Switch firmware, version 20.0.0, which went live on April 29th. In addition to adding virtual game cards, game share for Switch 2, and Switch 2 system transfers, the update also allows for saved data from multiple games to be transferred simultaneously. Additionally, various Nintendo character icons have been tweaked, with Donkey Kong getting revised to reflect his goofier, friendlier new Donkey Kong Bonanza design. Game share was revealed during the Switch 2 Direct earlier this month, and allows certain games to be played simultaneously with other nearby users on separate consoles, including older Switch models. Though it has to be initiated by someone with a Switch 2, the Switch 2 transfer feature also includes a nice bonus in that current users can temporarily store their data in the cloud in the event they're trading in their console, and won't have both available at the same time to do the transfer directly. Virtual game cards, meanwhile, were outlined in a regular Nintendo Direct near the end of March, and essentially overhaul how games are shared within family account groups. Instead of being able to access one owner's game across multiple devices, their profile is installed on. The digital games have virtual cards that will transfer between consoles, limiting who can play at any given time. While more straightforward and flexible than the current system in theory, Switch owners have already discovered an important shortfall. Notably, two users on two different Switches in the same household can no longer play games like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe online together. Previously, whoever owned the game digitally could register their profile on a second Switch and access it there while a user on the first Switch was playing as well. That no longer appears to be the case, with at least one user needing to be offline in order to play a game at the same time as the other. There is a way for users to revert back to the old sharing system instead of using virtual game cards. A new option under user settings allows players to turn online license settings back on and essentially bypass the virtual card system. But the loophole for playing an online game together now appears to have been closed. Even when doing that, now my wife and I have to buy our own licenses of each other's games when we didn't have to do that before, or on other consoles like PlayStation. So stupid, wrote one frustrated user on the Switch subreddit. We think many people enjoy the benefits of virtual game card, but it is an optional feature, and the original method can be used instead. A Nintendo spokesperson previously told the parent-focused gaming newsletter Crossplay, at the moment it sounds like that's not entirely accurate. While potentially a fringe scenario for most users, it could be an even more frustrating headache on Switch 2, where 2 copies of Mario Kart World will cost $160. What shifts your mood if you ain't got no stress? I mean, I think I'm just kind of always in somewhat of a bad mood. And then some days I can just kind of fake it, realistically. Like, I don't know. I don't really... I think I'm, yeah, that's the only way I can really put it, honestly. I don't think I'm ever really in a good mood. I'm just able to fake it better than other times. Why am I in a bad mood? I don't know. It's not something that I can change. I've just had a lot of bad things happen to me, and I don't like sit and dwell on it, but it's like I can't change the way I feel. I can try to fake it, and you know, that's about it. That's about as far as it goes. I've just had a lot of bad things happen to me, and I just don't really find life that positive. So it's hard to always be positive, I guess. And don't get me wrong, like I try, but it's not easy for me. It's not easy. Like I don't know. I guess part of it sucks not being able to like trust people, or you know, it sucks. Like it sucks. Like I'm a pretty introverted person, but I do like talking to other people, and I like other people. So it's hard when it's hard to I don't know. I think like one of the bigger positive aspects of life is like talking to other people and having like relationships with other people, and it's hard for me, bro. So it's like that sucks. That sucks. There's a lot of things. I could complain for days, but it's a waste of time. Complaining doesn't do anything. You just got to push through. That's all. That's all I do. I just do what I can. All right, Toyota and Waymo pledged to team up on a new autonomous vehicle platform. Got a case of the grumps. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm just good at faking it being happy. And but never am I really actually ever happy, I guess. That's how you got to do it though. In my scenario, like the only way you can be positive is by faking it. So I mean, I don't know if that's bad or not, but that's how I do it. But most days I'm not able to fake it. If you haven't, I mean, a lot of you guys have been here for a while. So most days, most days it's hard to fake it. I'll be honest. Toyota and Waymo have announced that they've entered a preliminary agreement along with the former's mobility tech subsidiary, Woven by Toyota Inc. To be clear, they're not in the midst of developing anything yet. They're still exploring a potential collaboration between them. Ultimately, however, the goal is to develop a new autonomous vehicle platform together, presumably for robo-taxis. They're also aiming to leverage Waymo's autonomous vehicle technology and Toyota's vehicle expertise for future personal vehicles. In their announcement, the company said they're looking to incorporate aspects of Waymo's technology in Toyota vehicles meant for sale to consumers, as well as to accelerate the development and adoption of driver assistance and automated driving technologies. Waymo's work so far has been focused on developing robo-taxis that riders can hail through an app. The Alphabet-owned company currently operates Waymo One, a fully autonomous ride-hailing service in San Francisco, Phoenix, and Los Angeles. It deploys Waymo One vehicles through Uber and Austin, and is planning to expand the service to Las Vegas, San Diego, Miami, and Atlanta sometime this year. This potential partnership could expand the reach of Waymo's tech. Waymo's mission is to be the world's most trusted driver. This requires global partners like Toyota that share a commitment to improving road safety and expanding accessible transportation. We look forward to exploring the strategic partnership, incorporating their vehicles into our ride-hailing fleet, and bringing the magic of Waymo's autonomous driving technology to Toyota customers. Okay. Straight killer. I feel like I'm always on the brink of snapping on fools. I don't feel like I'm like angry. I feel like I just have a low mood, I guess. I used to be angry all the time. But now it's just whatever. I just do what I can. Do my best. You know, try to do positive things for myself, like go into the gym and whatever. It's really all you can do. If you know, you're not like a happy-go-lucky person. You just gotta try. You know, maybe one day that switch will come, but it hasn't happened for me yet. And it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't help when you get fucked all the time, but not in a good way, not in a good way either. I haven't gotten fucked in a long time though, so you know, it's looking up. It's looking up. It's also because I don't talk to anyone, so you know, it's pretty hard to get fucked over when you literally don't talk to anyone. Did I get scammed again recently? Nah. I don't talk to anyone. I would never invest in anyone ever again. That's, you know, that's what makes it hard, really. Not being able to trust people fucking sucks. Ugh. I need to get a water. Okay. All right. I mean, I guess I don't really need to read this, but Semlar Scientific buys an additional 15.7 million worth of Bitcoin. Oh, excuse me. Semlar announced Monday that it purchased 165 Bitcoins between April 25th and April 29th at an average price of 95,000 inclusive of fees and expenses. The company funded the acquisition through proceeds from its ongoing at-the-money equity offering program. The latest purchase brings Semlar's total Bitcoin holdings to 3,467 Bitcoin, acquired for an aggregate 306 million at an average price of 88,000. Based on Bitcoin's current price, the company's holdings are valued at approximately 330 million. Semlar continues to demonstrate strong performance with a year-to-date Bitcoin yield of 23.8%. The purchase was funded through the company's recently established 500 million at-the-money offering program between April 25th and April 29th. Semlar sold 559,000 shares of its common stock, raising approximately 19.5 million in net proceeds after sales commissions. Semlar began accumulating Bitcoin in May 2024, becoming the second public company in the United States to adopt Bitcoin as its primary treasury reserve asset. The company has utilized a combination of equity financing, debt offerings, and operational cash flow to build its Bitcoin position. Company's continued Bitcoin accumulation reflects growing institutional confidence in Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, particularly as regulated investment vehicles like spot Bitcoin ETFs attract significant inflow. Oh. I did fucking hit a PR on incline hammer strength press today, though. That was sick. Fucking 220. 45 225s and a 10. I think that's 220. Well, for both sides. What was that? 45 plus 50 plus 10 times 2. 210. So not bad. That's almost 2 plates on a normal bench, I think. I don't know if I could do 2 plates on a normal bench. That would be insane. I could definitely probably do like a couple reps. I don't know if I could do a straight fucking 5 to 10 though. That'd be tough. I've never tried. I think that's a PR for hammer strength. I can't remember. What's my squat? I don't squat, so I have no clue. I'm too scared to fuck on my back. My back's already fucked from skateboarding, so I'm not gonna make it worse by squatting. I've literally never squat. I've done like leg press, but never squat. Mostly because I know I can lift quite a bit. My legs are pretty strong. And yeah, it's not worth it for me to get hurt. Like I don't really care that much. Arizona House passes Bitcoin reserve bill. Now goes to the governor's desk for final signature. Arizona has taken yet another huge step towards potentially adopting Bitcoin. The state legislature has officially passed 2 bills that would see Arizona hold Bitcoin as part of its treasury reserves. In vote of 31 to 20-25, Senate Bill SB 1025, sponsored by Senator Wendy Rogers, passed alongside SB 1373, sponsored by Senator Mark Finchem, in a vote of 37 to 19. Both bills seek to create a strategic reserve of Bitcoin for the state of Arizona. The resolution directs the state to study the potential impacts and logistics of adding Bitcoin to its financial holdings, which would make Arizona the first state to officially add Bitcoin as a treasury asset. Helping lead the idea is Republican State Senator Wendy Rogers, who had been a consistent voice for Bitcoin adoption at the state level. According to CNBC, Rogers dismissed concerns about instability and expressed her belief in Bitcoin's long-term value, stating, "I do not have any concerns about the volatility of Bitcoin, simply because if you zoom out on all of the charts, it always increases in value." She stated further, calling Bitcoin a hedge against inflation, reflecting the growing popularity among politicians about Bitcoin's important role in today's challenging economic environment, and a statement backed by other Republicans such as Donald Trump Jr. This isn't the first time Rogers has proposed Bitcoin-friendly legislation. In 2022, she introduced SB 1341, which would have allowed Bitcoin to be used as a legal tender in Arizona. Really? That's cool. Unfortunately, this was never brought to vote. In 2023, she introduced SB 1239, which would have allowed Arizona's government to accept Bitcoin as payment for municipal payments from citizens. This bill passed the Senate with a 16 to 13 vote, but failed in the House Ways and Means Committee with a 4 to 5 vote, stopping its progress. Her legislative history shows a consistent effort to make Arizona a pro-crypto state. With inflation still a major concern, her latest efforts may be landing at just the right moment. While the result of this does not yet authorize the purchase of Bitcoin, it lays the foundation for it happening in the near future. If signed into law by the governor, Arizona would become the first U.S. state to formally put Bitcoin into its treasury and potentially set off a wave of similar moves across the country. Damn, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's up, Kristen? How you doing? How's the house coming along? All right. Phoenix Group amps up their Bitcoin mining power to a global capacity of over 500 megawatts. On April 29, 2025, Phoenix Group announced in a press release sent to Bitcoin Magazine that has added 52 megawatts of Bitcoin mining capacity in Ethiopia, increasing its total in the country to 132 megawatts. With this development, Phoenix Group now operates more than 500 megawatts globally. This heavily strengthens their reputation as one of the world's top 10 Bitcoin miners and gives them ample opportunities to stay a big player in the Bitcoin mining industry. This expansion follows an earlier 80 megawatt power purchase agreement that actually started Phoenix Group's entry into the Ethiopian market. The new site in Ethiopia will be built in 2 stages. Phase 1 will activate 20 megawatts of capacity using 5,300 high-efficiency air-cooled mining units with an output of 1.2 exahashes per second. Phase 2 is expected to be completed by the end of Q2 2025 and will add 32 megawatts using hydro cooling technology, doubling the site's hash rate to 2.4 exahashes per second. Phoenix Group has rapidly become a leading force among the top 10 global Bitcoin mining companies, a testament to our strategic foresight in securing prime locations with abundant, low-cost energy, and our operational excellence driven by vertical integration and cutting-edge technology, said Munif Ali, CEO and co-founder of Phoenix Group. The opportunities for future growth are immense, and we are committed to aggressively expanding our global footprint in key energy markets. Importantly, over 90% of the energy powering Phoenix's Ethiopian operations comes from the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, one of Africa's largest sources of renewable hydropower. This positions the site as one of the most sustainable large-scale Bitcoin mining projects globally, according to the release. With 132 megawatts of clean hydropower now operational in Ethiopia, we're proud to set a new standard for green mining in Africa, added Reza Najatian, CEO of Phoenix Mining AI Data Centers. Nice. Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. Fucking Bitcoin, dude. Fucking Bitcoin. Where does your money go when you sell for a loss? I don't know how I'd really describe it, but just probably just goes in the massive pool of profit and loss. Hard to say though. Could go to market maker, could go to some random person. Very, very hard to say. Very hard to say, for sure. I would just think of it like think of it like a meme coin, right? I guess this is the only way I can like maybe make it make somewhat sense. Think of it like a meme coin, you know? A bunch of people buy it, the price goes insane, then the main holder of the coin sells out and takes all the liquidity. All those people who bought in when the stock was going up, you know, it went to that person who sold, because that person who sold took all of your gains, basically. That's the only way I can describe it. I don't know if that makes sense. And, you know, when it comes to the stock market, you know, it's just a huge meme coin with a lot more participants than, you know, someone who's just like pumping a meme coin to their following, you know? So that's the only way I could think of, make you like give you the idea of how it would work, I guess. They like the when Ryan Cohen did the At the Money, you know, the stock probably would have kept going up. You know, the stock would have went up to 60, 80, 100 and probably would have stayed up there. But guess what? Ryan Cohen stole the gains. Ryan Cohen's, he's like, oh, really? At the Money, boom, stole all of our gains. There you go. That's how GameStop has $4 billion in cash, is because he stole all of our gains. And, you know, that's a shitty way to look at it, but that's reality. That's actually reality. Moose again. What's up, Moose again? Oh, you're leaving. Never mind. All right, peace out, bro. I thought he just like said, what's up? He said later. All right, have fun golfing, my friend. Enjoy it. What else have I missed in the chat? Being halfway to recession makes everyone sad. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's the weather? I don't know. Emotions are linked. golf ball out the park for me. I'm too black to golf. What about Tiger Woods? Tiger Woods is literally probably the same color as you. Or I think Tiger Woods is half Chinese, half black. So, I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I don't know Tiger Woods' actual race. But he is black. So, you're definitely not too black to golf. One of the world's greatest golfers is black. Well, half black. I haven't golfed in forever, me either. Me either. I grew up golfing, actually. I'm pretty good. Not, you know, I'm probably trash now. I haven't been in years, but I grew up doing that shit. Too black to do it. Chinese dad, black moms. I had black dad, white moms. So he had a dad that showed him how to do more than just steal the ball and club along with a cart. What the fuck? That might be the most racist thing you've ever said. That was hilarious, though. That literally might be the most racist thing I've ever heard. Oh man, that's funny. That's funny. That was good. I like that. 6 times, still no show. Yeah. Who knows? I have a theory about 6ix9ine though. I don't know if Hugh G is here, but when 6ix9ine first joined the stream, Hugh G talked all the time about 6ix9ine being a GME meltdowner. So I don't know if this is true, but what if 6ix9ine is a GME meltdowner and he truly thought GameStop was going in the shitter and was just having a grand old time watching me lose tens of thousands of dollars, and then fast forward and now he realizes, oh, GameStop's only gonna go up, and then he left. I don't know if that's real, but I thought about it. I'm like, it could be true. It could be true. Maybe he just had such a good time watching me lose money and then realized that I was actually right. I don't know. I mean, it could make sense, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He's in a penitentiary? Hopefully not. Undercover the entire time. Kind of makes the most sense. I mean, it could make sense. I bet for a GME meltdowner to watch someone lose tens of thousands of dollars is like, you know, hilarious. But little did they know, it's also hilarious to me. I think he's sick, or his wife is, or he got arrested. I really doubt he got arrested. He doesn't do drugs. But maybe he got sick. I feel like if he got sick, though, he would still, like, tune in. Right? He would at least come and say what's up, tell us what's going on. I don't know. Kind of makes the most sense. It makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Like, you really think some random dude had $1 million in GameStop? I don't know. Hard to say. 2 months he's been gone, weeks. I don't know. It's been like a month, hasn't it? That's why I think it's bad, like stroke or something. He was kidnapped. Well, definitely not that, but hopefully not, dude. That would be crazy. I don't know. I don't know. My gut says bad. Where's Hugh? Hugh's working. He's been on the work grind. Been busy. He was in here earlier. I hope nothing bad happened to him. I hope all my theories are correct. You know, I hope he was just like either it's just some kid or some dude who found enjoyment out of me losing money. Cause he did join like around the time GameStop started to go down. Like I don't think he was here when GameStop was going up. I don't know though. I honestly don't remember when he joined the stream. Or no, he joined that day me and Muma were on Discord. But I don't remember when that was. I don't remember when that was. I don't know, man. November? Damn, it's been that long. I wasn't streaming in November, was I? I didn't start streaming till December. I don't think. Well, I mean, I have streams from November, you know, because I did a couple streams, but I wasn't doing the daily streams. I don't remember. Time flies when you're fucking live streaming every day. Yeah, I didn't start streaming till December. I didn't even stream in November. Like I had a couple streams in June, then one in September, and then December is when I started streaming every day. Yeah, I had this one because of the GameStop earnings. And I think this was like a decent stream or something. Oh no. I don't even remember what like compelled me to start streaming every day again. It just like kind of happened. I don't remember like a significant event or anything. I just like woke up one day and I was like, maybe I should start streaming again. And then, you know, 6 months later, here we are. Who knows? Hopefully, you know, if he's a real person, hopefully he comes back. But I don't know. I just don't know, you know. It's hard for me to like, you know, when someone comes in here talking about being rich or whatever, it's hard for me to like truly believe them. Even though, you know, he donated a lot to the stream. It's still hard to like believe, you know. Cuz I don't know why a rich person would come onto the internet and like talk about, well, I mean, I guess I kind of do it. I mean, I'm not rich, but like I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope I'm right. I hope Kristen's wrong. Hopefully Kristen's wrong. I want to troll again. That was hilarious. Oh man. Nobody streams about GameStop though. So it's boring. Nobody ever streams about GameStop. Oh, this guy's live. I've never seen this guy before. Carter's Corner Pocket. Who's that? Who the fuck is this guy?
Due to front loading to beat tariffs. So that's what's happening.
Who the fuck is this guy?
That's why the markets are down, because the numbers still came in weak. Look at GameStop going up 1.21%, 27.60 basically. On AMC is about a quarter, $22.65.
Who the fuck is this guy? He's talking about AMC.
Yeah. So we have that, and in the midst of it, this is just hours ago, I think. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told.
I mean, he's basically just doing the same thing I do. That's kind of funny. Is this another fucking Marantz Rants fucking guy? Holy shit, bro. You got these little fucking Marantz Rants warriors everywhere. Fucking Marantz Rants warriors, bro. I mean, this guy's been streaming for a minute, though. He just doesn't stream. Like, not a lot of the GameStop, like, streamers or anyone who makes content about GameStop, they don't do it every fucking day like I do. I mean, I don't make content about GameStop, but I stream every day. I don't see anyone who streams every day. Except, obviously, you know, like Jackie and all those fools. But, yeah. I don't know. Here, you want to troll this guy? You want to troll this guy? We can troll this guy. I don't know who's here right now, but go and troll this guy. I mean, don't troll him. There you go. There you go. Go in that guy's stream. I posted the link in the chat. And you know, just go and say something to him. We gotta support our fellow GameStoppers, even though they're a bunch of Marantz Rants warriors. I don't know who Little Doofus is. Oh, son of Harold, what's up? How come nobody's going in here? What are you guys doing, bro? What are you guys doing? Everyone go in there and message this guy. Go say what up to him. Go say what up. Lil Doofus will moon us, baby. Lil Doofus. I'm gonna put Lil Doofus FTW. That's funny. So you guys are slacking, bro. How come Muma and Maro? Shout out Muma and Maro. You guys, much love to Muma and Maro. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I just realized something while I was in the bathroom there. We need to go back to that guy.
Take a look. Yeah, Professor
Rex? Was that Rex? I didn't know. Oh, Rex must have been watching him or something. That's funny. That's funny. If Rex was watching this guy and we just came up in there, that's so funny. Oh yeah. You know what's funny is right here. What's up, CCP? Hey, at CCP and y'all. Who is at CCP? The last dude we trolled too. The whatever the fuck his name is. Nama Dynamite or whatever. when we all went in there and started trolling the chat, a bunch of people came in and said CC at CCP or whatever CCP. Do you guys remember that? Who the fuck is that? That's some. It's got to be like a bot or something, right? I don't know. That's weird, right? That's weird. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about. But it's just something I noticed. I'm like, wait, I've seen that before. What is CCP? Like, does that guy read chat? Probably not.
5%
'Cause
in cash right now.
his
That's
fucking
like-
I bet all his viewers are fucking bots. Like, I don't know. You know, hard to say, but I saw that CCP thing last time when we trolled Nama Dynamite or whatever the fuck. So I don't know. He probably doesn't read chat. These freaking Morant's Rants warriors, bro. They just come in here and repeat the same shit that he's saying. The Morant's Rants warriors. Oh, what's up, Rex? I never know if Rex is here. He never talks in the chat. Six months, damn. We've been going at it. We've been going at it. We've been getting it. I mean, the stream, it's grown, but it also hasn't. I've clapped a lot of people. I've definitely clapped a lot of people. And the stream still grows. That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. I clap people and the stream still grows. That's beautiful. You scared away some peeps. I was also, like, when I first started streaming, like, the first, like, month or two, fuck, I was an asshole. Like, I'm an asshole now. Still. But holy shit. The first couple months, I was an asshole. Holy shit, dude. Like a legitimate asshole. Oh, shit. But, in my defense, everyone came in here posting their fucking tinfoil nonsense. And has anybody's tinfoil nonsense happened? Besides maybe the Bitcoin thing? I'm just saying. There's a reason why I was clapping people so hard back then. Because, I mean, look at the chat now. Nobody posts tinfoil. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing. I love that nobody comes in here and tries to spread fucking fake news. Fake news. Or tinfoil. Like, I love it. Used to be a hothead was so funny. I'd bust out lolling while on calls at work. It's because 6ix9ine's not here. Tinfoil master. Aw, man. 6ix9ine is the only person I appreciate because he comes up with like original tinfoil. He would come up with things I've never read or anything. So I do miss 6ix9ine's tinfoil. But heard Moas is happening today. I hope so. Can it? Probably not. Probably not till earnings, if it's gonna happen. I'm gonna laugh if they don't if they don't announce the Bitcoin. That's gonna be funny. If they wait till the end of the year to announce the Bitcoin, that's hilarious. Wasn't Snitch9 and Huge E friends on Reddit? I don't think friends. I don't know. You don't know about the hype date? Whoa, Zach Tate don't know about the hype date? That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't, bro. How can you not know about the hype date? That's wild. I thought everyone knew about the hype date. It is 420, but 2026. Damn, you guys over here talking about 420. You don't even know the hype date. That's wild, bro. That's wild. I literally thought everyone knew about the hype date. All right, let me finish reading the rest of these articles. Then we might go back to the book, because that book was fire. All right. Snap is seemingly rethinking that simplified app. A Snapchat redesign test appears to have stalled after power users seemingly disliked the simplified layout. The new version of Snapchat intended to help new and casual users navigate the app. According to Snap's Q1 investor letter, released on April 29, as reported by TechCrunch, the overhauled app removed the Snap Map and Stories tabs. Interesting. A proposed new tab, a new 3-tab navigation bar focused on chat, the camera, and spotlight. Snapchat's answer to TikTok. The report doesn't specify how long the testing phase went on for, or how widespread it was. For now, at least, Snap is seemingly reconsidering. Our most engaged Snapchatters consistently demonstrate a preference for a 5-tab layout, company wrote in the same investor letter. While it does not specifically say it's ending tests of the simplified version, Snap notes it begun testing a refined 5-tab interface that combines the best of both approaches. Engadget reached out to Snap for comment on if this layout is no longer being deployed to users. We'll update this article if we receive a response. Snap has had a pretty rough track record where redesigns are concerned. In 2017, the company tried to reorient its flagship app around separating friend-related posts from media content. In the year that followed, Snapchat lost 3 million daily users in the space of 3 months. At that time, there were also well-documented issues with the Android version of the app. The latest earnings report revealed that Snap lost 1 million users in North America in Q1, down to 99 million from 100 million in the previous quarter. Despite this, the global Snapchat community grew 460 million in Q1, an increase of 7 million daily active users quarter over quarter. Rants is in the other stream? I told you, bro. Fucking bots, bro. Oh, man, that's funny. That's funny. Look at this guy. Oh, man. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, fucking... I told you, bro, he's a little Morant's Rants warrior. He's got him going out there like his little foot soldiers. Repeating the same shit he repeats all the time. It's funny. Alright. I mean, that guy's stream is pretty similar to mine, actually. Just reading news and stuff, but still pretty hilarious. Alright. More than 19,000 NFT images briefly disappeared last week thanks to a server problem. Remember NFTs, essentially JPEGs that cost a lot of money. NFTs were really big for a brief while. C-tier celebrities, budding criminals, and Ubisoft, until the internet was finally able to bully them out of sight, and thus out of mind. Not really gone, but mostly forgotten. But a funny thing recently happened that dragged them back into my memory. Thousands of NFTs that people had paid millions of dollars for suddenly disappeared. Or at least the images associated with them did. Not the result of a rug pull, but because nobody was paying for the servers. According to a 404 media report, this all goes back to 2021 when Nike, the shoe company, acquired RTFKT, pronounced Artifact. Although you can say it differently if you like, for an unknown but presumably astronomical amount of money, the partnership resulted in crypto kicks. more prosaically, what an odd word, described as pictures of sneakers that rich people paid obscene amounts of money for. But Artifact also partnered with other creators to churn out similarly pricey digital images. One of those collections was Clone X, made in collaboration with Japanese artist Takashi Murakami, and this is how the RTFKT website describes it. In a moment that would redefine the intersection of contemporary art and digital culture, legendary artist Takashi Murakami joined forces with RTFKT to create something unprecedented, a collection of 20,000 extraterrestrial avatar clones that would bridge the worlds of fine art, digital identity, and creative expression. This collaboration didn't just merge NFTs with contemporary art, it catalyzed a new era of digital creativity that would generate over $1 billion in the secondary market and forever alter the landscape of digital identity. Wow, but it didn't last. Nike soured on NFTs and announced at the end of 2024 that it was pulling the plug on Artifact. Around that same time, Artifact said it would launch a new website to honor and preserve its legacy, and that showcases the groundbreaking work that defined Artifact journey, and so it has. But on April 24th, more than 19,000 NFT images went poof for a few hours. It was awkward. So what happened? According to the report, former Artifact Chief Technology Officer Samuel Cardillo, who stayed on the consultant after Nike Deep Six the operation, was moving the NFTs from a DigitalOcean cloud server to AWS, using Cloudflare as an intermediate part of the process. Carrillo told 404 Media that he'd arranged to switch to a free Cloudflare plan because he's being on a paid plan makes absolutely no sense anymore. Well, with Artifact no longer existing, but Cloudflare triggering the change too soon. Whoops. The NFTs were only gone for a few hours, so no real harm done, aside from a bit of panic among any NFT owners who noticed their pictures had turned into an error message. I think it's a very interesting reflection of the nature of NFTs, their impermanence, and their reliance on technology to exist at all. Cardillo said on April 28th that CloneX collection had successfully migrated to Arweave, decentralized storage system that will ensure this sort of thing cannot happen again. Maybe that's true, and maybe it's not. There's a distinct ring of unsyncable to that sort of language, which rarely ends well. But as DL News explained, it's something of an ongoing issue with NFTs and those who believe they have value. While the non-fungible tokens exist on blockchains, associated images are often stored on conventional servers, and if something happens to those servers, as was the case with Cloudflare, they'd rather like the infamous apes of legend are gone. Site also noted that while some Clone X NFTs sold for more than 1 million at their peak, they now list for about $300 each. That's not a server problem though, that's just how it goes. Whoever wrote this article needs waterboarded? Why? Why would you even say that? He told you to go to Morant's Discord? I don't even have Discord. So, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to talk to fucking Brokey Morantz again. Like, fuck that guy. He thinks he's so fucking cool with his, like, 1,000 shares. For some reason. I have people in my chat with more shares than him. That guy needs to shut the hell up. Alright, Louis, Kentucky. What is this article? Ford CEO says Trump tariffs reprieve is helpful, but more change is needed. President Trump reprieve for automotive part tariffs is helpful, but still not enough to help with growing the U.S. auto industry. Ford Motors. New actions reimburse automakers for some U.S. parts and reduce the stacking of tariffs upon each other for the industry. Trump signed an executive order implementing the changes on Tuesday after the pleas from the automotive industry for relief amid regulatory uncertainty around Trump tariffs, including 25% on imported vehicles into the U.S. The changes this week on tariff plans will help ease impacts on tariffs for automakers, suppliers, and consumers. We need to continue to work closely with the administration on a comprehensive set of policies to support our shared vision of that healthy and growing auto industry. We are not there yet. Farley said during a launch event for the 2025 Ford Expedition in Kentucky. Farley said it's essential for U.S. policies to encourage exports as well as reward companies such as Ford for their American productions. Shouldn't we get credit for that, Farley said. Those are American jobs, and we have to keep working on affordable parts to ensure that those supply chains promote domestic growth and affordable vehicles in our country. Tariffs of 25% on imported vehicles in the U.S. will continue, but the new measures aim to reduce the overall tariff level that have resulted from separate levies, such an additional 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum, stacking on top of one another. Under the order, additional 25% tariffs on auto parts that were set to start by May 3rd will also still take effect, but vehicles that go through as final assembly in the U.S. will be able to qualify for partial reimbursement on those levies for 2 years. Okay. I'm 20 now, got some more probably. Probably. But you should be in that channel though. You'll become a millionaire. You know? A dude who has 20K in GameStop. You got to listen to him so you can become a millionaire. You know? A millionaire who works at Costco. Like, what? What? The delusion is real. The delusion is real. Maybe it's not delusion. Maybe, you know, it's an actual just character online. But if it's not an actual character online and that guy's actually that delusional, holy shit. He needs help. He needs actual help. All right. Trump Bezos call sets stage for tense earnings report from Amazon. Good Lord. I don't want to read all this, but I guess we will. President Trump used to refer to Jeff Bezos as Jeff Bozo. Now, after more drama between the two men, Trump is calling the Amazon founder a good guy. Amazon's earning report, scheduled for Thursday, already had investors on edge due to the president's sweeping tariffs and the potential impact they'll have across the tech giant's numerous business. With its stock price down 17% this year, Amazon is expected to report its slowest rate of revenue growth for any period since 2022, and that doesn't reflect the levies announced in early April. The tensions got amped up earlier this week. The White House on Tuesday criticized Amazon for reportedly planning to display on its site how much the new tariffs on top of U.S. trading partners are driving up prices for consumers. After the story was published by Punchbowl News, Trump called Bezos to complain. Amazon swiftly responded and said no such change was coming. This was never approved and it's not going to happen. President Trump frequently hurled insults at Bezos during his first term in the White House, largely because of the Amazon founder's ownership of the Washington Post. Bezos has recently gone out of his way to try and mend the relationship, traveling to Washington, D.C. for the inauguration in January. The president said he was pleased with their latest phone call. Jeff Bezos was very nice, Trump told reporters later on Tuesday. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly and did the right thing. He's a good guy. Amazon clarified that it was only considering displaying the import fees on products sold on its discount storefront, Amazon Haul, which competes with ultra-cheap Chinese retailer Temu. Products on Haul cost $20 or less, and many of them are sold direct from China using the de minimis trading exemption. That loophole is set to go away next month after Trump signed an executive order, making it more expensive to ship those products to the U.S. The clash with Trump highlights the pressure Amazon is under to the blunt impact of Trump's aggressive tariffs on Chinese imports, which totaled 145%. The company faces significant exposure to the tariffs, primarily through its retail unit. Amazon sources some products from China, while many sellers on its third-party marketplace rely on the world's second-largest economy to make or assemble their products. The topic of tariffs will hover over Amazon's first quarter earnings report. Investors will want to know how higher import costs could impact its margins, whether uncertainty around the tariffs has caused shoppers to be more cautious with their spending. For the quarter, Amazon is expected to report earnings per share of 1.37 and a revenue of $155 billion. According to LSEG, which would represent annual growth of just over 8%, be the slowest rate of expansion since the second quarter of 2022. Difficult choices. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy told CNBC earlier this month that the company hasn't seen a drop in consumer demand. Amazon is going to try and do everything we can to keep our prices low for shoppers, including renegotiating terms with some of its suppliers, Jassy said. but he acknowledged some third-party sellers would need to pass that cost of tariffs on to consumers. Analysts at UBS said in a note to clients on Tuesday that at least 50% of items sold on Amazon are subject to Trump's tariffs and could become more expensive as a result. Consumers, therefore, might have to make more difficult choices on where to allocate their dollars, wrote the analyst, who have a buy rate on Amazon shares. Amazon has reportedly pressured some of its suppliers to cut prices to shrink the impact of Trump tariffs. Some sellers have already raised prices and cut back on advertising spend as they contend with higher import costs. Others are looking to secure new suppliers in countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India, where tariffs are increasing under Trump but are mild compared to the levies imposed on goods from China. Temu and rival discount app Shein implemented price hikes on many items last week. Temu had since added import charges ranging between 130% and 150% on some products. Wall Street will likely be focused on Amazon's commentary surrounding business conditions going forward. The third quarter will include the results of Amazon's Prime Day shopping event, typically held in July across 2 days. Amazon sellers previously told CNBC they may run fewer deals for this year's Prime Day to conserve inventory or because they can't afford to mark down products any further. Bank of America analysts said in a note to clients this week that it sees the potential for Amazon to give a wider guidance range in its earnings report on Thursday, though the impact may be bigger in the third quarter. Analysts at Oppenheimer said investors are highly uncertain as to the impact of tariffs on Amazon's e-commerce business. The firm has an outperform rating on Amazon stock. We're assuming Q3 is the quarter most impacted, as sellers should still have pre-tariff inventory through May, and therefore don't need to raise prices yet. Amazon didn't provide comment. Okay. Janitor. Ah, bro, you're gonna become a millionaire. What do you mean? It's the best place to get advice. What you mean, bro? Damn, energy's getting clapped. Drill, baby, drill. So they say. Yeah, GameStop's breaking out high a day. Well, hasn't broke out yet, but it would be nice if we started trading 28. Like I said, the more we reject 28, the it's not good. So we need to start trading it. Can't sit and reject 28 over and over again and not expect the stock to sell off. So ideally, it starts trading that price. Is Walgreens back on the market? No, it is. When did this come back? I thought I know it got bought out. It didn't get delisted. That makes sense. I forgot. It's Spirit that got delisted, huh? Spirit's the one that got delisted. Ooh. Big whale. Cerity Partners, 62,812 shares. A brand new position. Very solid. Very solid. I don't know if we already talked about that one or not. I don't think so. Maybe we did. I don't remember seeing that, though. Crypto not moving. The market's bounced back quite a bit. You were down over 1% on the S&P. Now you're almost flat on the day. Oh shit. There's only 10 minutes left till the market closes. Holy shit. Today flew by, dude. Today flew by. That's crazy. I mean, we've only been streaming for 3 hours, but still. That's wild. Freaking flew. Maybe we'll read that. BlackRock says investors can profit from diversifying beyond the 60-40 amid volatility. Yeah, it's called all in GameStop, baby. What you mean? 60-40? 60-40? You mean like 100-0? All in GameStop? That's how I've been profiting this during this volatility. What's 60-40? What's that? Sup, Maro? How you doing, Maro? Rosh? What's up, Rosh? Hope you guys are doing good. Give it to me, baby. Unity. Charlie Murphy. Ha ha. Duke Dennis tracks down rare 200k Hellcat stolen by thieves. Mooma. You stole Duke Dennis's Hellcat? I'm just kidding. Boy sues school for suspending him after making a gun out of Dr. Pepper cans off campus? What? Extra, I don't know who that is. Extra Emily confronted by cops after viewer threatens her life and phone call to police. There's some weird ass shit. Jack Black's Minecraft chicken song just broke a Billboard chart record. Damn. Evil Dead disappears from stores just 3 years after release. What's that? Well, I know what Evil Dead is, but I don't know what they mean by that. Seagull? What's up, Seagull? Feel like I haven't seen you in here in a while. Hope you're doing good, bro. Hope you're doing good. Is it Mother's Day soon or something? I just saw an article. Something gifts for mom or something. Is that coming up? I'm not good with dates. A few weeks away. Okay, cool. It's Mother's Day. Hope it's good for you guys too. It's good. It's going about as good as it can, I think. Evil Dead the game. All right. Yep, 5 more minutes till market close. Yeah, this is a good way to end the day on GameStop because it's the most volume is going to be traded this last 10 minutes. Well, not the most volume, but a lot of volume will be traded this last 10 minutes. So we are actually trading volume in the higher 27s going into 28. It's a good thing to see. Ideally we do push 28 or start to push 28, but this is a good start to that. Definitely a good start to that for short-term price action. Who fucking knows? It could sell off tomorrow, but I don't think so. I really don't think so. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I mean, I haven't looked at a volume profile or anything, so I don't know exactly, but I can like see it in my head. Okay, Evil Dead disappears from stores just 3 years after release. Evil Dead the game arrived in 2022 to mixed reviews but strong fan support for asymmetric multiplayer. Now just 3 years later, the survival horror game is disappearing from store shelves, presumably because of expiring licenses. Interesting. Has anyone ever played the old Evil Deads on like PlayStation 2? That shit is so good. Such a good game. We can confirm we've begun the process of removing the game from digital storefronts. Saber Interactive announced on the Evil Dead Steam page on Wednesday. Anyone who has purchased the game will still be able to play it as we plan to keep our servers online for everyone. We want to extend a sincere thank you to our community, to those who have been part of the game from the very beginning, and to those who have recently joined. We appreciate all your support. Wait, why are they removing the game if they're going to keep the servers online? That doesn't really make sense. No, that's weird. I want to pop in and say hello. Been a busy week. Hope all's well. Hey, much love, Jared. I appreciate you popping in and just saying what's up. Hopefully the load gets lightened for you soon. But much love, bro. Much love, bro. God bless. Play it for another week or so. Ah, that makes sense. I like that Evil Dead game. Sad there's no big fan base, though. Yeah, Evil Dead's pretty like nostalgic, but I've never played it. I've only played the old ones. Woo! 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 Morrow. I don't know. I'm just assuming Morrow's a wrestling fan just because he said Ric Flair, but bro, is anyone else excited for John Cena versus Randy Orton, or am I the only nerd here? You know how fucking epic that is? You know how epic John Cena versus Randy Orton is? I know wrestling's fake, you know, I'm not fucking stupid, but like, you know how fucking sick in 2025, John Cena versus Randy Orton for the title. Like, what? That's not real. That's not real, bro. That doesn't seem real. Should be a lighter schedule next week and I can tune in more. Be well. Hey, much love, bro. Much love. If I don't see you in here the rest of the week, you have a good weekend, my friend. You have a good weekend. It's not fake. They get bashed and bloodied in there. I mean, yeah. It's it's fake, but it's not. The blood's actually a lot of the blood is the wrestlers cutting their face open with a razor blade. Actually, that's where like a majority of the blood comes from. I just recently learned that. I never knew, but I forget his name. It's The Miz or something. He has a YouTube channel. He's an old wrestler. Back in the Miz. I don't know what his YouTube channel is called. No, it's not The Miz. It's someone else. What's his fucking name, bro? Can't think of his name. Or maybe it is The Miz. No, it's not The Miz. What the fuck's his name? I can't think of it. Let me just think of something to type in. Chris Benoit, no. Bruh. Bruh. That's fucked. That's fucked up. That dude's fucked. What the fuck is his name? It's not the Maven. Is it the Maven? That sounds like that's that K Reno song. The Maven. The Maven. Bro, this song's actually insane. Has anyone bro, this is has anyone in here heard of K Reno? I almost guarantee not a single fucking person in here has listened to K Reno. And if you have, I'm very surprised. God, what the fuck is his name? Nah. K Reno was like conspiracy rap before conspiracy rap was cool. And it's fucking, some of the songs are so good. There's your close, 2785, I think. Something like that. God, what is this guy's name? WWE Wrestling Secrets. I don't know. I gotta find the channel now. It's bugging me. It's this guy, Maven Huffman. Oh, so I was close. It is Maven. It is Maven. Okay. But yeah, this guy has some videos about like wrestling and like the insides of wrestling. And yeah, a lot of the blood in wrestling is they literally have like a razor blade in their fucking like sweatband or in their pants or something. And they just pull that shit out and they cut their forehead open. And that's, you know, that's how all the blood happens. That's why, like, these days you really only see like a few wrestlers bleed. Because that's really the only way to do it. And you gotta be kind of a savage to be able to cut your own fucking face open. But yeah, this guy has a good YouTube channel if you want to ever, like, learn about wrestling, I guess. Very good channel. What was I doing before that? I don't even remember. I don't even remember. Dun, dun, dun. Woo! Woo! Dun, dun, dun. Woo! Woo! Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. Anyway. Oh yeah, we were reading this. While the development team didn't provide any specifics on the timing, Evil Dead fan noticed the game's takedown process has already begun earlier in the week with no option to buy it either on PlayStation or the Epic Game Store. There's currently still an option to buy the multiplayer spin-off on Xbox for a discounted price of $10, though that will be presumably go away soon too. The game first launched back in May 22. At the time, reviews ranged from very positive to somewhat underwhelmed. PC Gamer called it the best multiplayer horror experience since at least Dead by Daylight, and one of 2022's biggest sleepers, while GameSpot called it the horror franchise most faithful adaptation, but poorly balanced and overly grindy. Despite the early promise, Saber abandoned content updates for the game less than 18 months in and canceled the Switch version. Saber Interactive CEO Matthew Karch said he was pleased with the sales and player reaction to Evil Dead, the game, at the time, dismissed the relevance of the poor review scores. I can name numerous titles to you that have scored the 8s and the 9s that publishers or developers wish they never released, because it's nice to put a plaque on your wall, he told investors. But if you can't buy the nail to hang on the plaque, then what is the point of having the plaque in the first place? For now, everyone who owns the game can continue playing its online matches and single-player missions. Both require internet connection, however, so whenever Saber does decide to shut off the server, Evil Dead's best video game adaptation will go with it. Friday the 13th reached a similar fate back in 2023, but switched to peer-to-peer matchmaking to let the online experience be preserved. Addicted to physical. What's black mirror? Why the mirror gotta be black? Why's the mirror gotta be black? All right. Jack Black's Minecraft Chicken song just broke a Billboard chart record. A Minecraft movie is a box office juggernaut and has convinced loads of kids and teenagers to go out of the movies again and cause chaos. And a song from the live-action adaptation of the hit video game has set a new record. It's the shortest track to ever make it on a Billboard Hot 100 chart. Earlier this month, a Minecraft movie starring Jack Black and Jason Momoa hit theaters to mostly negative reviews. While the film's finished CG effects look great, the movie is a mostly boring adventure made worse by Jack Black, deciding that yelling and spitting out slang is the same as acting. And another thing Jack Black does a lot in the Minecraft movie is sing songs. Many of these songs are short and not very memorable, but one about really hot chicken has turned out to be a hit. I heard the Minecraft movie was good, so I don't know. On April 28th, Billboard posted an article explaining that the song Steve's Lava Chicken had charted on an upcoming May 3rd version of the Hot 100 chart. The song debuted at 78 out of 100, which is pretty impressive considering it's just 34 seconds long. That's so short that it sets a new record for the shortest track to chart on a Hot 100. Previously, the record was held by Kid Cudi's 2020 song Beautiful Trip, which was just 37 seconds long. Meanwhile, Steve Lava Chicken has also cracked the top 10 on the Hot Rock song chart. Black's previous big video game song, Peaches, from the Super Mario Bros. Movie, was an even bigger hit for the actor. In April 2023, it reached the 56th spot on the Hot 100 list. Will Steve's Lava Chicken be able to beat that high point? Probably not, which is fine by me. Peaches is much better. In fact, it's basically the only good thing to come out of that movie. Peaches, 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 peaches. Peaches, 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 peaches. You said that last time I brought it up. Well, I don't watch videos. At least you're consistent. Oh, I'm always consistent, baby. I'm always consistent, baby. Don't you worry. I mean, sometimes I'm up and down, but always consistent. Meta and Microsoft earnings dropped. Nice. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. What's up, Hugh G? Hope work's going well. Microsoft. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's a pretty big move. It's a pretty big move. Double bottom right there. Woo. Back to the support, baby. Back to the old support from August to February. Hopefully, ideally, you want to see that hold. But good to see. Good to see. And Meta. Oh, not up as much, but still solid. Good to see. Great way to start the earnings. Not really, not really reclaiming support on Meta quite yet. Old support on Meta is like 580, so you got a lot more room to run there if you want to reclaim old support, but very solid, Microsoft crushed, it looks like. Absolutely crushed. Shout out Jake Waters, bro. That's Jake Waters stock right there. Shout out Jake Waters, baby. Hockey TV, what's up, Hockey TV? Haven't seen that name in here. I just never watched TV and got the time Cordell streamed the most I got. Fair enough. I don't watch TV really either. I watch Kill Tony, wrestling, and Sam Solik sometimes, but I don't watch a lot. I do a lot of reading. Lots and lots of reading. Finished work for the day, so driving home. Meow. 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 That reminds me of fucking Super Troopers. Did he just say meow? What? Do you think this is a game? Meow. He's not saying meow. Meow. He just did it. Meow. Super Troopers. What a good movie. What a good movie. You're under arrest for speeding and smoking the reefer. Meow. 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 Dun, dun, dun. Woo! Meta earnings are out. Here's the numbers. Let's see. Earnings per share. Damn! 6.43 earnings per share. They were, yeah, that's such a low expectation. Holy shit. And revenues were pretty on par. 42 billion versus 41.4. Not bad. Not bad. See how Microsoft did. Microsoft did all right. They beat all the expectations, but that earnings per share on Meta is massive. I'm surprised it's not up more. Well, seems massive. I mean, for the expectations, it's massive. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Meow. 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 All right. Do I want to read any of these articles? I don't know. 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 I kind of want to read that book, but let's see how long the chapter is. So if it's a short chapter, I'll run it. But I think it's a long-ass chapter. Yeah, it's a pretty long chapter, dude. It's gonna take a minute to read that chapter. Holy shit, that's a long-ass chapter. Holy shit, it's still going. Damn, it's like a 30 fucking page chapter. Holy shit. I've always wanted a Suron, but Dad never bought it. That's okay. There's always time, my friend. Go out there, get a job, start grinding. You'll be able to afford a Suron in no time, my friend. You shouldn't be expecting your dad to buy the Suron for you. Even though, judging by your comment, I assume you're underage, but you're never too young to be working, my friend. Go out there and walk some dogs, go mow some lawns. Anything, bro. You could get a Suron quicker than you think if you apply yourself. You could do a lot if you apply yourself. Take a trip on my little rocket ship. For those GMEU shares when it came out for science. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. For science. I think you would have been better off just buying an option at that point. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Depends. I've read about their strategy, so if they're doing a lot of I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. I would never buy it. Personally. I would just buy a leap at that point. Alright. I don't want to read any of these. I don't want to read any of these, man. We'll read them tomorrow or something. Kind of want to read the book. So I think we're going to read the book. I think that's the move. Story time. What if GMEU is a part of Project Rocket? Then GameStop would own it. Not fucking... I forgot the company's name already. If GMEU had anything to do with GameStop, you know, it would be like all the other companies like MicroStrategy has released, you know? And it would be owned by GameStop. It wouldn't be owned by whoever the hell it's owned. I forget. Rex. I forget the name, but you know what I'm saying? If it had anything to do with GameStop, GameStop would have released it. The Arc Raiders game looks pretty good. It's by the people that made the finals. Ooh, I actually want to look that up. The finals, I liked the finals. I played the shit out of that game on beta. What's up, fake Roaring Kitty? How you doing, bruh? Arc Raiders? Whoops. The fake Roaring Kitty. What's up, bruh? What's up, bruh? Arc Raiders, huh? Did this just come out, or is it beta right now? Extraction PvP game? Who do I watch? Is it... Oh, beta? Which one do we watch? Probably this one. I mean, this isn't gonna be... Let's see. Damn, this guy's got a soothing voice.
Ever extracted. Arc Raiders is blisteringly, aggressively archetypical, the extractionist extraction shooter that ever extracted. It's one of the least surprising games I've ever played. Holding so much in common with its inspirations, they're almost comically indistinguishable. For preview purposes, this is a very good thing. If you enjoy other games about scavenging goods while avoiding PvE foes and robbing PvP humans, you're probably going to like Arc Raiders. If you don't, then there's likely nothing new here to tempt you. This is a game so unabashedly tied to its progenitors that the hero's default melee weapon is a pickaxe, the same weapon Fortnite metaverse heroes dropping off of battle buses lug into combat. That's a cute enough homage, but it's only the tip of the iceberg for the ways Arc Raiders will be instantly comprehensible for those who play Battle Royale, tree-punching survival games, or Extraction. There's very little that feels truly original, but the components bolted together from other successful live service games click predictably and produce a set.
Hey, peace out, Rosh. Appreciate you supporting the stream, my friend. You have a good rest of your day. Rematch? We'll have to look that up. I've never heard of that.
Satisfying result.
Now September, $40.
The goal each round is simple. Go to the surface and then get back underground alive with better loot than you started with. Two forces stand in the way of that goal. The first are the Ark, AI-controlled battle robots that wander the map searching for any sign of organic life. The Ark are no trifling threat. Even the smallest bots can prove surprisingly dangerous, especially in groups. The little spider-like scurriers are downright upsetting for an arachnophobe like me, and the large crawlers do not mess around. Ark wander the map listening for the sounds of search or battle and swarm any humans they find. The Ark are especially dangerous in numbers, and there are plenty of subtle little traps set where clusters of different Ark...
Game looks good, dude. Actually. Like the, graphics and stuff or whatever, but the concept is interesting.
...with complementary abilities are placed near one another, sometimes hidden in indoor areas where one can literally trip into them. I met my fate more than once when I got overconfident around Ark. One crawling monstrosity literally spun to the air with its legs like some kind of Cyclops spider helicopter. Take down an Ark, though, and the rewards can be worth your trouble. They generally contain ammo and weapon components. The second and more deadly threat are your fellow raiders. If you choose to play Arc Raiders, you best enjoy watching your back, because to quote Casablanca,
This place is full of vultures everywhere.
it's often more efficient to fall upon a fully loaded player who isn't paying attention than to risk a half hour of bracing open doors in a nearby warehouse, or to lurk near an extraction point and cut somebody down when they're about to escape. Of course, every other raider is likely looking to do the same to you. Combat is competent enough to be satisfying. Your third-person avatar moves and controls like most other third-person avatars in modern shooters, with no real irregularities or surprises in the controls. Bullets mostly go where you want them to, depending on the capabilities of your chosen
God.
weapon, and melee attack power is
It just
substantial.
climbed on the
Firearms
shed.
feel right, SMGs are springy and difficult to control, assault rifles steady and heavy, sniper rifles punch like artillery. Playing in teams of 3 adds a bit of depth to the battle, as you and your companions can search and cover for each other much more systematically than is possible with a single raider. Firefights between teams develop a sense of strategy, as coordinating squads deploy flanking tactics and ambushes against groups of foes. Whether calling out directions, overhearing sounds, or covering all windows in a room, your 3-person squad will find plenty of tension waiting in most buildings. Cleverly designed maps draw the characters in. The most lucrative resource hubs are clearly marked, and players flock to the richest areas looking for food, or hover between the treasures and the extraction areas, waiting to dispossess the luckiest foragers of their well-won games. The environments are passable, with the usual collection of rusty warehouses, abandoned apartment buildings,
I'm assuming it's on Steam because all the controls are keyboard.
and overgrown vacant lots you'll find in a lot of post-apocalyptic shooters. Everything is serviceable,
Kind of reminds me of PUBG. Really. It's really similar to PUBG.
but it all kind of feels like they gave Fortnite a coat of DayZ grime and moved on. It's a boring enough world that certainly took me out of any chance of getting into the lore, but I don't really think lore is the big draw here anyway. Arc Raiders is meatloaf without much plate presentation. But the meatloaf is tasty, if a little cold. Every drawer and cabinet is a potential source of wealth: crafting components, ammunition, shields, healing items, and weapons. Ammunition is properly segmented enough to keep you hungry as you scavenge and construct guns. Light, medium, heavy, and shotgun ammo variants are available early to locate in the overworld, craft in your lair, or purchase underground. Materials have the usual predictable levels of rarity corresponding to color, with certain colors granting you the ability to develop more useful or rare items. A single special pocket in your inventory allows you to keep one discovered item safe, even on the event of your death, so that you can haul your rarest finds home, even when you die. Some containers take time to open and generate quite a bit of noise when manipulated, which is a delightful tension-raising mechanic that I really appreciated. Opening one of these was especially harrowing when playing solo. You can really feel the vulnerability with your camera locked forward, not knowing what passing robot or player might discover you as you make an ugly racket jimmying a door. You spend your time between rounds underground, where you convert your ill-gotten gains to an ever-escalating series of crafting tables, allowing for the creation of ever more elaborate gear. You can also choose to straight liquidate material.
What are you on, Kristen? Take a huge ins check? What's ins check? A huge insurance check. Why are you being so like, what's wrong with you? What is your problem?
And finds for cash, and purchase fully crafted items.
Weirdly reminded me of Star Wars Battlefront. When I watch some streamers play it, sort of makes sense since the devs are DICE veterans. Interesting. Interesting. It kind of reminds me of PUBG, but with more stuff.
At in-game stores. There's also some part of crafting that involves a live rooster. I never figured that part out. As you explore the world above, you gain experience, which opens up across a series of skill trees. Selecting various branches can help you optimize your avatar to your playstyle, increasing combat ability, mobility, or stealth. The different abilities are clearly labeled, and most are useful enough that every step feels like real progress. Character design with default options is pretty rough, but a number of better textures and outfits open up when you apply premium currency. I deliberately made my guy look as bleak and sad as possible using only default options, but my multiplayer partner had the Soul ZZ Top Man with no name vibe going on, and I was envious. Arc Raiders previews pretty well, perhaps because its design conservatism makes it so instantly familiar. There's nothing here to challenge what came before, but sometimes that's okay. Overall, the Arc Raiders loop seems pretty well tuned to satisfy. Make it to the surface to loot and kill, bring your goods and experience back underground to improve your abilities, head back up stronger to find stronger gear, and repeat. There are worse ways to spend an afternoon.
Interesting.
For more previews of the biggest upcoming game,
That's interesting. What's the other one? Rematch? Supposed to take over Rocket League? Don't say that. Don't say that. I don't want to get addicted to a fucking car soccer game again. Please, no. Okay, it's not car soccer, thank God. Thank God. It's not car soccer. Too many murder shows? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How about... I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say
Wendy
anything.
team. It's like Rocket League, but we're not really soccer people. Well, lo and behold, we ended up playing for a 6-hour bender non-stop last night. I went to bed at 2 a.m. and we've all got a handshake agreement that we're going to get another bender going this afternoon. So, in our humble opinion, this game fucking slaps. However, I do wonder, and maybe we'll dovetail and talk about this a bit later on, how this game's going to go between price points, the state of the current market. I really think this is lightning in a bottle, but I wonder if it's going to kind of flop on release just because of how game releases work these days. But let's worry about that a little bit later. Rematch is developed and published in part by Slowclap. Kepler's also publishing for them, which have done some alright stuff, you know, like Pacific Drive I've enjoyed. They've got that Expedition game coming out, which looks pretty cool. Found that you just had to click. It's almost like there was a pop-up.
Yeah, this I don't like the looks of this game. I'd rather play FIFA. I'd much rather play FIFA. That Arc one looks interesting, though. For sure. Oh, for sure. Alright. I guess we read? I don't know. How many people are here right now? How can you compare that to FIFA? Because that looks like a shitty soccer game. And FIFA's an okay soccer game. So I'd rather play FIFA. That game doesn't look good. Really. It just looks like a... I don't know. I don't think I would play that. It doesn't look that good. When you related it to Rocket League, I thought it was gonna be a car soccer game, or yeah, car soccer game. I didn't think it was gonna be that. All right. Here, maybe I'll save this chapter for tomorrow or something. Let me see if there's more interesting parts. I don't even remember where we left off actually. Fuck it. I'm just gonna read it. See all the things you can do in the game. It just doesn't look compelling. Even if there is more to do, like it doesn't look compelling. I would never play it. Like I said, I'd rather play FIFA. Soccer's lame. Soccer games are actually good. Like compared to any of the sports games, I would say soccer's the best. But I don't know. Maybe I'll find another review and watch it, but it just doesn't look interesting at all. Okay. Shh, it's reading time. Shh. No, you're good. I mean, it's a long-ass chapter. I don't know if we'll get through it all. Damn, Annie Duke's hot as fuck. Jesus Christ. I never noticed this picture back here. Annie Duke's hot as fuck. Good lord. Alright, chapter 4, the buddy system. Maybe you're the problem, do you think? When Lauren Conrad, star of MTV's The Hills, appeared on The Late Show with David Letterman in October 2008, her interview took an unexpected turn. The first minute was standard talk show banter for a 22-year-old star of a successful reality series. The amount of drama in her life. Less than a minute later, Conrad asked Letterman if he was calling her an idiot. She started off the interview by discussing her ongoing feud with her by then former roommate Heidi Montag and Heidi's boyfriend Spencer Pratt. In case you're not familiar, here's the backstory. Lauren and Heidi's friendship ended when they came to blows at a birthday party after Lauren accused Heidi and Spencer of starting rumors that she'd made a sex tape. In addition, Lauren develops friendships with Stephanie, Spencer's sister, and Holly, Heidi's sister, complicating the social and family encounters of everyone involved. Lauren tried without success to strengthen the relationship between her roommate, Adriana and Lo. This strained Lauren's friendship with Adriana, who has reestablished her friendship with Heidi. Brody Jenner was also in the mix, dating Lauren, questioning her date with a teen Vogue model, dating someone else himself, arguing with Spencer about his friendship with Lauren, getting accused of starting the rumors about Lauren's sex tape, etc. All of that drama happening in Conrad's life is what David Letterman was referring to when he interjected. That raises the question, maybe you're the problem, do you think? That quip sent an interview that was supposed to be a puffy promotional chat into an uncomfortable tailspin. Letterman immediately realized that he had taken the conversation into a much deeper, more serious territory than either of them could have anticipated. He tried to soften the blow in a self-depreciating way, adding that he had done the same thing for years, refusing to close the learning loop by assuming everybody around him was an idiot. Let me give you an example from my own life. For a long time, I thought, geez, people are idiots. Then it occurred to me, is it possible that everybody's an idiot? Maybe I'm the idiot, and it turns out I am. Damn, I'm getting called out right now. Holy shit. I just got called out right there. Damn. Conrad clearly didn't want to hear it, replying, does that make me an idiot then? Websites devoted to reality TV, gossip, media, and popular culture immortalized the moment, and that's how they saw it. Letterman basically calls Conrad an idiot. Gawker.com ripped into Conrad. Trendhunter.com makes fun of Lauren Conrad. Starpulse.com. Letterman's comment was actually quite perceptive. His mistake was offering up the insight in an inappropriate forum to someone who hadn't agreed to that kind of truth-seeking exchange. Conrad certainly had a lot of drama in her life, enough that MTV created a successive show to document it. But like most people do, she characterized the drama as a series of things happening to her. In other words, the drama was outside of her control. Luck. Letterman suggested some of it could be fielded into the skill bucket, a suggestion that might have been helpful to Conrad in the future if she had been receptive to it. Not surprising, she wasn't. Letterman had offered the helpful alternative hypothesis unexpectedly on a late-night talk show where the norm is fluff and PR. Perhaps Letterman's approach would have been more appropriate in an Oprah Winfrey-style primetime interview, or in one of those reality therapy shows where reality stars agreed to such an exchange. As it was, he violated the assumed social contract by challenging Conrad to bet on her outcome, fielding when she hadn't agreed to truth-seek with him. That exchange was similar to my intention at the poker tournament with the 6-7 of diamond guy. I thought he was asking for my advice, so I responded by asking for more information to get an idea whether he accurately fielded his losing outcome as luck. He was expecting me to adhere to the norm of being a sympathetic ear for a hard luck story. When I attempted to delve into the details, I violated this implied contract. I Lettermaned him. Such interactions are reminders that not all situations are appropriate for truth-seeking, nor are people interested in the pursuit. That being said, any of us who wants to get better at thinking in bets would benefit from having more David Lettermans in our life. As the original Letterman learned from awkward exchange with Lauren Conrad, Lettermaning needs agreement by both parties to be effective. What book is this? This is Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. It's a psychology book by a professional poker player, and it's probably one of the best books. top. You know what's funny? I thought about this yesterday, or I think it was yesterday. Roaring Kitty's the one who suggested this book. In case any of you are wondering how I found this book, you know, it's from 100 hours of Roaring Kitty streams. It's one of the many books he suggests in that video, or in those streams. One of the many. The red pill or the blue pill. In the classic science fiction film The Matrix, when Neo, played by Keanu Reeves, meets Morpheus, the hero hacker played by Lauren Fishburne, Neo asks Morpheus to tell him what the Matrix is. Morpheus offers to show Neo, giving him the choice between taking a blue pill and a red pill. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. As Neo reaches towards a pill, Morpheus reminds him, remember, all I am offering is the truth, nothing more. Neo chooses to see the world as it really is. He takes the red pill and is pounded with a series of devastating truths. His comfortable world is a dream created by machines to enslave him as an energy source. His job and lifestyle, his clothes, his appearance, and the entire fabric of his life are an illusion implanted in his brain. In the actual world, taking the red pill causes his body to be unplugged from his feeding pod, flushed into a sewer, and picked up by Morpheus's pirate ship by the I don't know what that says. As rebels against the machines, Morpheus and his crew, and now Neo, due to his choice, live in cramped quarters, sleep in uncomfortable cells, eat gruel and wear rags. Machines are out to destroy them. The trade-off is that Neo sees the world as it actually is, and in the end, gets to defeat the machines that have enslaved humanity. In the movie, the Matrix was built to be a more comfortable version of the world. Our brains, likewise, have evolved to make our version of the world more comfortable. Our beliefs are nearly always correct. Favorable outcomes are results of our skill. There are plausible reasons why unfavorable outcomes are beyond our control, and we compare favorably with our peers. We deny or at least dilute the most painful parts of the message. Giving that up is not the easiest choice. Living in the Matrix is comfortable. So is the natural way we process information to protect our self-image in the moment. By choosing to exit the Matrix, we are asserting that striving for a more objective representation of the world, even if it is uncomfortable at times, will make us happier and more successful in the long run. But it's a trade-off that isn't for everyone. It must be freely chosen to be productive and sustainable. Morpheus, unlike Letterman, didn't just go around ripping people out of the Matrix against their will. He asked Neo to make the choice and exit the Matrix with him. If you have gotten this far into the book, I'm guessing that you are choosing the red pill over the blue pill. When I started playing poker, I chose truth-seeking. Like Neo, I did it reluctantly and wasn't sure what I was getting myself into. My brother took a blunt approach with me. My instinct was to complain about my bad luck and to marvel at how poorly others played, decrying the injustice of any hand I might have lost. He wanted to talk about where I had questions about my strategic decisions, where I felt I might have made mistakes, and where I was confused on what to do in a hand. I recognized he was passing along the approach he learned with his friends, a group of smart analytical East Coast players, many of whom, like Eric Siddell, were on their way to establishing themselves as legends at the game. In addition to introducing me to this approach, he also encouraged these phenomenal professionals to treat me as a peer when discussing poker. I was lucky to have access at an early stage in my career to this group of world-class players who became my learning pod in poker. And I was also lucky that if I wanted to engage that group about poker, I had to ask about my strategic decisions. I had to resist my urge to moan about my bad luck and focus instead on where I felt I might have made a mistake and where I was confused on what to do in a hand. Because I agreed to the group's rules of engagement, I had to learn to focus on the things I could control, my own decisions, let go of the things I couldn't, luck, and work to be able to accurately tell the difference between the two. I learned from this experience that thinking in bets was easier if I had other people to help me. Even Neo needed help to defeat the machines. Remember the buddy system from school, field trips, or camp? Teachers or counselors would pair everybody with a buddy. Our buddy was supposed to keep us from wandering off or getting into water too deep, and we did the same for our buddy. A good decision group is a grown-up version of the buddy system. To be sure, even with help, none of us will ever be able to perfectly overcome our natural biases in the way we process information. I certainly never have. But if we can find a few people to choose to form a truth-seeking pod with us and help us do hard work connected with it, it will move the needle, just a little bit, but with improvements that accumulate and compound over time. We will be more successful in fighting bias, seeing the world more objectively, and as a result, we'll make better decisions. Doing it on our own is just harder. Members of our decision pod could be our friends, or members of our family, or an informal pod of coworkers, or an enterprise strategy group, or a professional organization where members can talk about their decision making. Forming or joining a group where the focus is on thinking in bets means modifying the usual social contract. It means agreeing to be open-minded to those who disagree with us, giving credit where it's due, and taking responsibility where it's appropriate, even and especially when it's making us uncomfortable. That's why, when we do it with others, we need to make clear the social contract is being modified, or feelings will get hurt. Defensiveness will rear its ugly head, and just like Lauren Conrad, your audience won't want to hear what you have to say. So while we find some people to think in bets with us, with the rest of the world, it is generally better to observe the prevailing social contract and not go around saying, "Want to bet?" Damn, I'm getting called out this chapter, bro. I'm actually getting called out right now. Willy-nilly. That doesn't mean we can't ever engage in truth-seeking outside of the group. Our approach just needs to be less head-on, less Letterman-like. More on that later, after we explore communications within the group. Out in the world, groups form all over the place because people recognize how others can help us. The concept of working together on our individual challenges is a familiar one. Having the help of others provides many decision-making benefits. But one of the most obvious is that people can spot our errors better than we can. We can help others in our pod overcome their blind spot bias, and they can help us overcome the same. Whatever the obstacles to recruiting people into a decision group, and this chapter points out several along with strategies for overcoming them, it is worth it to get a buddy to watch your back or your blind spot. The fortunate thing is that we need to find only a handful of people willing to do the exploratory thinking necessary for truth-seeking. In fact, as long as there are 3 people in the group, 2 to disagree and 1 to referee, the truth-seeking group can be stable and productive. It's also helpful to recognize that people serve different purposes in our lives. Even if we place high value on truth-seeking, that doesn't mean everyone in our lives has to adopt that or communicate with us in that way. Truth-seeking isn't a cult. We don't have to cut off people who don't share the commitment. Our Pilates friends? Oh, our Pilates friends or our football friends or any of our friends shouldn't have to take the red pill to remain our friends. Different friends fill different needs, and not all of them need to be cut from the same cloth. Those different groups can also provide much needed balance in our lives. After all, it takes effort to acknowledge and explore our mistakes without feeling bad about ourselves. To forego credit for a great result, and to realize, with an open mind, that not all of our beliefs are true. Truth-seeking flies in the face of a lot of comfortable behaviors. It's hard work, and we need breaks to replenish our willpower. In fact, in my poker strategy group, we understood the need to occasionally opt out and offload intense emotions before engaging in the work of accurately building an outcome. If, for example, one of us just got eliminated from a tournament, it was acceptable every once in a while to say, "For right now, I just need to moan about my bad luck." The key was that when we did that, we recognized it was temporary exception from the hard work we were doing together, and to which we would return when the emotions' rawness of the moment passed. We know our decision-making can improve if we find other people to join us in truth-seeking, and we know we need an agreement. What's in that agreement? What are the features of a productive decision-making pod? The remainder of this chapter is devoted to offering answers to those questions. Chapter 5 builds on that by providing a blueprint for the rules of engagement within truth-seeking groups, how to keep the group from drifting off course, and the productive habits of mind that the group can reinforce in each other, or each of us. All right. A well-charted group can be particularly useful for habits that are difficult to break or change. This is not a crazy or even novel idea. We are all familiar with how the group approach can help with reshaping habits involving eating, consuming alcohol, and physical activity. The most well-known example of a productive group approach is Alcoholics Anonymous. The first AA's founders, Bill W., initially refrained from drinking through a difficult process that included years of failure, hopelessness, hospitalization, drugs, and a transformative religious experience. To maintain sobriety, however, he realized that he needed to talk to another alcoholic. Bill W. recruited Dr. Bob, the second founder of AA, on a trip to Akron, Ohio. Dr. Bob, considered by family and doctors to be a hopeless and incurable alcoholic, kept Bill W. from drinking on the trip. In turn, Bill W. eventually helped Dr. Bob give up drinking. AA has subsequently helped millions of people get and stay sober, and led to organizations trying the same approach with other difficult-to-tackle habits like narcotics abuse, smoking, unhealthy eating, and abusive relationships. That all sprang from the concept that we can do better with the help of others. But while a group can function to be better than the sum of the individuals, it doesn't automatically turn out that way. Being in a group can improve our decision quality by exploring alternatives and recognizing where our thinking might be biased, but a group can also exacerbate our tendency to confirm what we already believe. Philip Tetlock and Jennifer Lerner, leaders in the science of group interaction, describe the two kinds of group reasoning styles in an influential 2002 paper. Whereas confirmatory thought involves a one-sided attempt to rationalize a particular point of view, exploratory thought involves even-handed consideration of alternative point of views. In other words, confirmatory thought amplifies bias, promoting and encouraging motivated reasoning because its main purpose is justification. Confirmatory thought promotes a love and celebration of one's own belief, distorting how the group processes information and works through decisions, the result of which can be groupthink. Interesting. I just lost my spot. Exploratory thought, on the other hand, encourages an open-minded and objective consideration of alternative hypotheses and a tolerance of dissent to combat bias. Exploratory thoughts help the members of a group reason towards a more accurate representation of the world. Without an explicit charter for exploratory thought and accountability to that charter, our tendency when we interact with others follows our individual tendency, which is toward confirmation. The expression echo chamber instantly conjures up the image of what results from a natural drift towards confirmatory thought. Holy shit, I just struggled with that word. That was the chorus I heard among some groups of players during breaks of poker tournaments. When one player brought up how unlucky they had gotten, another would nod in assent as a prelude to telling their own hard luck story, which in turn would be nodded at and assented to by the group. Lerner and Tetlock offer insight into what should be included in the group agreement to avoid confirmatory why can't I say that word? Confirmatory thought and promote exploratory thought. Complex and open-minded thought is most likely to be activated when decision makers learn prior to forming any opinions that they will be accountable to an audience, A, whose views are unknown, B, who is interested in accuracy, C, who is reasonably well informed, and D, who has a legitimate reason for inquiring into the reasons behind participants' judgments and choices. Their 2002 paper was one of the several they co-authored, supporting the conclusion that groups can improve the thinking of individual decision makers when the individuals are accountable to a group whose interest is in accuracy. In addition to accountability and interest in accuracy, the charter should also encourage and celebrate a diversity of perspectives to challenge biased thinking by individual members. Jonathan Haddett a professor at New York University's Stern School of Business, is a leading expert in exploring group thought in politics. Had it in his book, The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion, built on Tetlock's work, connecting it with the need for diversity. If you put individuals together in the right way, such that some individuals can use their reasoning powers to disconfirm the claims of others, and all individuals feel some common bond or shared fate that allows them to interact civilly, you can create a group that ends up producing good reasoning and an emergent property of social system. This is why it's so important to have intellectual and ideological diversity within any group or institution whose goal is to find truth. In combination to the advice of these experts in group interaction, the advice of these experts in group interaction adds up to a pretty good blueprint for a truth-seeking charter. Bill's my buddy. Interesting. 1. A focus on accuracy over confirmation, which includes rewarding truth-seeking, objectivity, and open-mindedness within the group. 2. Accountability, for which members have advance notice. And 3. Openness to diversity of ideas. An agreement along these lines creates a common bond and shared fate among members, allowing the group to produce sound reasoning. None of this should be surprising to anyone who recognizes the benefits of thinking in bets. We don't win bets by being in love with our own ideas. We win bets by relentlessly striving to calibrate our beliefs and predictions about the future to more accurately represent the world. Can I read that one more time? We don't win bets by being in love with our own ideas. We win bets by relentlessly striving to calibrate our beliefs and predictions about the future to more accurately represent the world. In the long run, the more objective person will win against the more biased person. In that way, betting is a form of accountability to accuracy. Calibration requires an open-minded consideration of diverse points of view and alternative hypotheses. Wrapping all that into your group's charter makes a lot of sense. The charter of the group must be communicated unambiguous. God damn it. The charter of the group must be communicated unambiguous. I can't say that fucking word. Unambiguous. I can't say it. Unambiguity is something like that. Unambiguity is. I lost my place. Where the hell's that word? Unambiguous. That's such a weird word. Anyway, as Eric Seidel made clear to me, I had met Eric when I was a teenager. When I started running into him at poker tournaments, it was the first time we were interacting in a business setting. Early on in my career, I saw Eric during a break-in at a tournament, and started moaning to him about my bad luck in losing a big hand. In 3 sentences, he laid out all the elements of a productive group charter. I don't want to hear it. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but if you have a question about a hand, you can ask me about strategy all day long. I just don't think there's much purpose in a poker story if the point is about something you had no control over, like bad luck. Unambiguous. Oh, there we go. Unambiguous. But it's unambiguously. That's why it was fucking me up. This is the end. Can I read this part one more time? I don't want to hear it. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but if you have a question about a hand, you can ask me about strategy all day long. I just don't think there's much purpose in a poker story if the point is about something you had no control over, like bad luck. One more time? I think we need to read that part one more time. I just don't think there's much purpose in a poker story if the point is about something you had no control over, like bad luck. When you think about a charter for truth-seeking interactions, Eric Seidel pretty much nailed it. He told me the rules of being in a pod with him. He discouraged me from a conformatory or biased thought like I got unlucky. He encouraged me to find things I might have control over and how to improve decisions about those. I knew he would hold me accountable to these things in future interactions. We would explore diverse ideas because he insisted that be the focus of our interactions. Because I was lucky enough to be a part of a group with truth-seeking charter, there was no question that my poker decision-making improved. When I could consult them on in-progress decisions, like whether to move up in stakes or bankroll management or game selection, their advice reduced the number of errors I was making. Likewise, access to their range of strategies and experiences improved the quality of my thinking and decisions on continuing basis. When I had questions or didn't understand why something happened, they would see things I didn't. When they had questions or needed advice on a hand, I wasn't just helping them work through a decision they made, but would often get insights into my own game. Those interactions led to improvements in my game I would have overlooked or at best figured out on my own only after making a lot of costly errors. Even better, interacting with similarly motivated people improves the ability to combat bias, not just during direct interactions, but when we are making and analyzing decisions on our own. The group gets into our head, in a good way, reshaping our decision habits. The group rewards focus on accuracy. We all want to be thought well of, especially by people we respect. Lerner and Tetlock recognize that our craving for approval is incredibly strong and incentivizing. In most laboratory situations, they noted, study participants expected to explain their actions to someone they'd never met and never expected to meet again. What is remarkable about this literature is that, despite the prevalence of these minimalist manipulations, participants still reliably respond as if audience approval matters. It's great to get approval from people we respect, but we crave approval so badly, we'll still work to get it from a stranger. A productive decision group can harness this desire by rewarding accuracy and intellectual honesty with social approval. Motivated reasoning and self-serving bias are two habits of mind that are deeply rooted in how our brains work. We have a huge investment in confirmatory thought, and we fall into these bias all the time without even knowing it. Confirmatory thought is hard to spot. Hey, that rhymed. Hard to change, and if we do try changing it, hard to self-reinforce. It is one thing to commit to rewarding ourselves for thinking in bets, but it is a lot easier if we can get others to do the work of rewarding us. Groups like AA demonstrate how a supportive group can provide the reward for doing the hard work of changing a habit, routine, just by its approval. For engaging in the difficult work involved in sobriety, local AA groups give tokens or chips celebrating the length of individual members' sobriety. I've never asked you that, Kristen. What token are you on? I've never asked. I always forgot that's a thing. Isn't there like a 10-year token or something like that? I don't know how they do it. 20 years, September 13th. God bless you. God bless you. Dude, my hands are so sweaty for some reason. I'm like fucking up the back of this book. God bless you, Kristen. God bless you. I lost my spot, but... the tokens, which members often carry or customize as jewelry, are a tangible reminder that others acknowledge you are accomplishing something difficult. There are chips for marking 1 to 65 years of sobriety. There are also chips given for every month of sobriety in the first year. There is even a chip given for being sober for 24 hours. I experienced firsthand the power of a group's approval to reshape individual thinking habits. I got my fix by trying to be the best credit giver, the best mistake emitter, and the best finder of mistakes and good outcomes. The reward was their enthusiastic engagement and deep dives introducing me to the nuances of a poker strategy. It was also rewarding to have these intelligent, successful players take my questions seriously and increasingly ask for my opinion. In contrast, I felt disapproval from them when I acted against the charter and complained about my bad luck, or expected them to confirm how great I played simply because I was winning. Damn, that's funny. That's funny. Or else said I had no pants on. That was my 20 year. Oh, nice. While I never got close to attaining the goal of a pure focus on accuracy, my group helped me to give a little more credit than I otherwise would have, to spot a few more mistakes than I would have spotted on my own, to be more open-minded to strategic choices that I disagreed with. That moved me, even if just a little bit at a time, toward my goal of getting closer to the objective of truth. And that little bit had a huge long-run impact on my success. When I started playing poker, discussing hands consisted mostly of my complaining about bad luck when I lost. My brother quickly got sick of my moaning. He laid down the law and said I was only allowed to ask him about hands that I had won, if I wanted him to engage with me. I had to identify some points in those hands where I might have made a mistake. Talking about winning, even if we are identifying mistakes along the way to a win, is less painful than talking about losing, allowing new habits to be more easily trained. Identifying mistakes in hands I won reinforced the separation between outcomes and decision quality. These discussions also made me feel good about analyzing and questioning my decisions because of the approval I got from Howard and the players I looked up to. I used that approval as evidence that I understood the game and had promise as a player. When they complimented me for finding alternative approaches in my winning hands, or understanding the contribution of luck, that felt terrific. In time, I could expand this approach to identifying learning opportunities in any hand I played, not just the winning ones. Once we are in a group that regularly reinforces exploratory thought, the routine becomes reflexive, running on its own. Exploratory thoughts become a new habit of mind, a new routine, and one that is self-reinforced. In a Pavlovian way, after enough approval from the group for doing the hard work of thinking in bets, we get the same good feeling from focusing on accuracy on our own. We internalize the group's approval, and as a matter of habit, we begin to do the kind of things that would earn it when we are away from the group, which is, after all, most of the time. I'm assuming we're not going to get any news today. What's Microsoft at? Oh, it's right there. Still sticking at 420. Oh, Meta. Meta's up at the support now. Nice. Nice. That's solid. Solid. Love to see it. You love to see it. 100 White Castles and a large chocolate shake. How accountability improves decision making. David Gray is a high-stakes poker player and a professional gambler and a good friend. After a night at a racetrack in a bowling alley in New Jersey, David and a bunch of other bettors were hungry. It was late. Someone suggested White Castle. A discussion broke out about how many burgers the biggest eater in the group, Ira the Whale, could eat. When they got Ira the Whale to say he could eat 100 burgers, remember White Castle burgers are small, most of the group, not surprisingly, wanted to bet against him. David was an exception. I was a young guy just getting started. $50 was a big win or loss for me. There's about 2,000 out against Ira the Whale. I bet 200 on him because I thought he could do it. When they got to White Castle, Ira the Whale decided to order the burgers 20 at a time. David knew he was a lock to win as soon as Ira the Whale ordered the first 20, because Ira the Whale also ordered a milkshake and fries. After finishing the 100 burgers, and after he and David collected their bets, Ira the Whale ordered another 20 burgers to go for Mrs. Whale. Accountability is a willingness or obligation to answer for our actions or beliefs to others. A bet is a form of accountability. Can I? Accountability is a willingness or obligation to answer for our actions or beliefs to others. A bet is a form of accountability. If we are in love with our own opinions, it can cost us in a bet. Ira the Whale held the other gamblers accountable for their beliefs about whether he could eat 100 White Castle burgers. Accountability is why John Hennigan briefly moved to Des Moines. After spending time in that kind of environment, you become hypervigilant about your level of confidence in your belief. No one is forced to make or take such bets, but the prospect is a reminder that you can always be held accountable for the accuracy of what you believe and say. It is truly putting your money where your mouth is. Being in an environment where the challenge of a bet is always looming works to reduce motivated reasoning. I want I mean, this is why I clap people all the time. Literally. This is literally why I clap people all the time. Such an environment changes the frame through which we view disconfirming information, reinforce the frame change that our truth-seeking group rewards. Evidence that might contradict a belief we hold is no longer viewed, though, as hurtful a frame. Rather, it is viewed as helpful because it can improve our chances of making a better bet, and winning a bet triggers a reinforcing positive update. Accountability, like reinforcement of accuracy, also improves our decision-making and information processing when we are away from the group, because we know in advance that we will have to answer to the group for our decisions. Early in my poker career, my poker group recommended that a way to avoid the effects of self-serving bias when I was losing was to have a preset loss limit. If I lost $600 at the stakes I was playing, I would leave the game. The smart, experienced players advising me knew that in the moment of losing, I might not be my most rational self in assessing whether I was losing because I was getting unlucky or losing because I was playing poorly. A predetermined loss limit acts as a check against irrationality chasing losses, but self-enforcement is a problem. If you have more money in your pocket, you might still take it out. If you're out of money, casinos have ATMs and machines that let you get cash advances on your credit cards. Poker players are also pretty liberal about lending money to losing players. I was much less likely to break a loss limit because I knew I was accountable to my pod. If I reached my loss limit and my inner voice said, "This game is so good that I should put up more money and keep playing," it also reminded me I'd have to answer for the decisions to a group of players I respected. Accountability made me run that conversation in my head, in which I started explaining how I was just getting unlucky, and they would expose why I was likely biased in my assessment, helping me resist the urge to buy more chips. And after leaving a losing game and going home, I could offset some of the sting of losing by running the conversation where my pod would approve of my decision to quit the game when I told them about it. Imagining how the discussion will go helps us to spot more errors on our own and catch them more quickly. The group ideally exposes us to a diversity of viewpoints. John Stuart Mill is one of the heroes of thinking in bets. More than 150 years after writing On Liberty, his thinking on social and political philosophy remains startlingly current. One of the frequent themes in On Liberty is the importance of diversity of opinion. Diversity and dissent are not only checks on fallibility, but the only means of testing the ultimate truth of an opinion. The only way in which a human being can make some approach to knowing the whole of a subject is by hearing what can be said about it by persons of every variety of opinions, and studying all modes in which it can be looked at by every character of mind. No wise man ever acquired his wisdom in any mode but this, nor is it the nature of human intellect to become wise in any other manner. There is a simple beauty in Mill's insight. On our own, we have just one viewpoint. That's our limitation as humans. But if we take a bunch of people with that limitation and put them together in a group, we get exposed to diverse opinions, can test alternative hypotheses, and move towards accuracy. It is almost impossible for us on our own to get the diversity of viewpoints provided by the combined manpower of a well-formed decision pod. To get a more objective view of the world, we need an environment that exposes us to alternative hypotheses and different perspectives. That doesn't apply only to the world around us. To view ourselves in a more realistic way, we need other people to fill in our blind spots. A group with diverse viewpoints can help us by sharing the work suggested in the previous 2 chapters to combat motivated reasoning about beliefs and biased outcome fielding. When we think in bets, we run through a series of questions to examine the accuracy of our beliefs. For example, why might my belief not be true? What other evidence might be out there bearing on my belief? Are there similar areas I can look toward to gauge whether similar beliefs to mine are true? What sources of information could I have missed or minimized on the way of reaching my belief? What are the reasons someone else could have a different belief? What's their support? And why might they be right instead of me? What other perspectives are there as to why things turned out the way they did? Just by asking ourselves these questions, we're taking a step towards calibration. But there is only so much we can do to answer these questions on our own. We only get exposed to the information we have been exposed to, only live the experiences we have experienced, only think of the hypotheses that we can conceive of. It's hard to know what reasons someone else could have believing something different. We aren't them. We haven't had their experiences. We don't know what different information they have, but they do. Much of our biased information processing stems from an amount of rope that uncertainty affords us. Well-deployed diversity of viewpoints in a group can reduce uncertainty due to incomplete information by filling in the gaps in what we know, making life start to fit more neatly on a chessboard. Others aren't wrapping up and preserving our narrative. Anchored by our biases, it is a lot easier to have someone else offer their perspective than for you to imagine you're another person and think about what their perspective might be. A diversive group can do some of the heavy lifting of debiasing for us. A poker table is naturally diverse setting because we generally don't select who we play with for their opinions. Even better, when there's a disagreement stemming from the diverse opinions represented at a poker table, the discussion may naturally progress toward betting on it. There are ideal circumstances for promoting accuracy. Numerous groups have recognized the need to engineer the kind of diversity and encouragement of dissent that naturally occurs at a poker table. The State Department, since the Vietnam War, has had a formal dissent channel where employees can have their dissenting views heard and addressed without fear of penalty. The American Foreign Service Association, the professional organization of foreign service employees, has 4 separate awards it gives annually to members to recognize the encourage constructive dissent and risk-taking in the foreign service. The dissent channel has been credited with a policy change that helped end the genocidal war in Bosnia. In June 2016, 51 State Department employees signed a memo calling for President Obama to strengthen American military efforts in Syria. In late January 2017, approximately 1,000 employees signed a dissent cable in response to President Trump's executive order, suspending immigration from 7 Muslim-majority countries. The dissent channel represents something hopeful in our nation's decision-making process. In an environment of increased polarization, foreign service employees can make their voices heard about policies with which they disagree and do it regardless of whether the administration is Democrat or Republican. Allowing dissent has a value that transcends party politics. After September 11th, the CIA created red teams that, according to the Georgetown law professor Neil Katyal in a New York Times op-ed, are dedicated to arguing against the intelligence community's conventional wisdom and spotting flaws in logic and analysis. Senior Obama administration officials following the raid that killed Osama bin Laden mentioned red team analysis among the methods used to measure the degree of confidence that bin Laden, in the absence of visual or auditory confirmation, was in the compound subject to the raid. Dissent channels and red teams are a beautiful implementation of Mill's bedrock principle that we can know the truth of a matter without hearing the other side. This commitment to diversity of opinion is something that we would be wise to apply to our own decision groups. For example, if a corporate strategy group is figuring out how to integrate operations following a merger, someone who initially opposed the merger would be good to have as part of the group. Perhaps they have reasons why 2 sales departments won't mesh. Whatever their reason, they could help the majority move forward with a wiser approach by taking those reasons into account. Diversity is the foundation of a productive group decision-making, but we can't underestimate how hard it is to maintain. We all tend to gravitate toward people who are near clones of us. After all, it feels good to hear our ideas echoed back to us. If there is any doubt about how easy it can be to fall into this conformatory drift, we can even see this tendency in groups we consider some of the most dedicated to truth-seeking, judges and scientists. Remember this chapter. I need to go wash my hands. My hands are so sweaty for some reason. Palms are sweaty. Knees weak. Knees weak. Can I turn this off? We have the price right there. Knees weak. Arms are heavy. Okay. I was like, shit. Okay. Federal judges. Drift happens. Cass Sunstein, now a Harvard law professor, conducted a massive study with colleagues when he was on the faculty at the University of Chicago Law School on ideological diversity in federal judicial panels. Sunstein recognized at the outset that the United States Courts of Appeal are an extraordinary and long-standing natural experiment in diversity. Appellate court panels are composed of 3 judges randomly drawn from that circuit's pool. Each circuit's pool includes life-tenured judges chosen when an opening occurs or Congress recognizes the need for additional judges by the sitting president. In any particular appeal, you could get a panel of 3 Democratic appointees, 3 Republican appointees, or a 2-to-1 mix in either direction. The study, encompassing over 6,000 federal appeals and nearly 20,000 individual votes, found, not surprisingly, that judicial voting generally followed political lines. Pure, unaided open-mindedness, even by life-tenured judges sworn to uphold the law, is hard. When there was a political diversity on the panels, the researchers found several areas where the diversity improved the panel's work, even though in most cases, 2 politically similar judges could dictate the panel's outcome. There were significant differences between the heterogeneous and homogeneous panels. A single panelist from the other party had a large disciplining effect. They found, for example, strong evidence of ideological dampening in environmental cases. Democrat appointees who overall voted for plaintiffs 43% of the time voted for plaintiffs just 10% of the time when sitting with 2 Republican appointees. Republican appointees who overall voted for plaintiffs 20% of the time voted for plaintiffs 42% of the time when seated with 2 Democrat appointees. This held up across most of the 25 categories of cases in which they had sufficiently large samples to reach a conclusion. The authors concluded that the result endorsed the importance of exposure to diverse viewpoints. What is necessary is reasonable diversity, or diversity of reasonable views, and that is important to ensure that judges, no less than anyone else, are exposed to it, and not merely through the arguments of advocates. Sunstein's group found that the federal appellate judges need the diverse viewpoint of an opposing party appointee. Judges, they found, followed the human instinct of succumbing to groupthink. Our data provides strong evidence that like-minded judges also go to extremes. The probability that a judge will vote in one or another direction is greatly increased by the presence of judges appointed by the president of the same political party. In short, we claim to show both strong conformity effects and group polarization within federal court appeals. The growing polarization of the Supreme Court is a case in point. Each justice now has 4 clerks, all of whom have similar credentials, top of class graduates of top law schools, law review editors, and clerkships with federal appeals court judges. The clerks over the years have played an increasingly important role in helping the justices with their intellectual workload, discussing details of cases, and drafting initial versions of opinions. Prior to the appointment of Chief Justice Roberts in 2005, it was an informal badge of honor, especially among some of the conservative members of the court. They had hired clerks with ideological backgrounds that differed from theirs. Bob Woodward and Scott Armstrong in the Brethren, I don't know, described how Justice Powell prided himself on hiring liberal clerks. He would tell his clerks that the conservative side of the issue came to him naturally. Their job was to present the other side, to challenge him. He would rather encounter a compelling argument for another position in the privacy of his own chambers than to meet unexpectedly at a conference or in a dissent. Chief Justice Berger, hired equally from the ranks of former clerks of Democrat and Republican appointed judges, Chief Justice Rehnquist, who served the court with Berger and succeeded him, arrived at the court suspicious of the role liberal clerks could have in influencing his opinion. According to the Brett Hearn, however, the attitude disappeared almost immediately. Rehnquist believed the legal and moral interchanges that liberal clerks thrived on were good for the justices and for the court. Justice Scalia, when he served on the D.C. Circuit and in his early years on the Supreme Court, was known for seeking out clerks with liberal ideologies. As the Supreme Court has become more divided, this practice has all but ceased. According to a New York Times article in 2010, only Justice Breyer regularly employed clerks who had worked for circuit judges appointed by presidents of both parties. Good Lord. Long ass chapter. Since 2005, Scalia had hired no clerks with experience working for Democrat-appointed judges. In light of the shift in hiring practices, it should be so surprising that the court has become more polarized. The justices are in the process of creating their own echo chambers. Justice Thomas, from 1986 to the time the article was written, was 84 for 84 in hiring clerks who had worked for Republican-appointed judges. Not surprisingly, according to the data compiled from the Journal of Law, Economics, and Organization, he is the justice furthest from the ideological center of the court, much further right than the most liberal-leaning justice, Sotomayor, is left. Thomas once said, "I won't hire clerks who have profound disagreements with me. It's like trying to train a pig. It wastes your time, and it aggravates the pig." That makes sense only if you believe the goal of a decision group is to train people to agree with you. But if your goal is to develop the best decision process, that is an odd sentiment indeed. This polarization warns against forming a decision group that is a collection of clones who share the same opinions and knowledge sources we do. The more homogeneous we get, the more the group will promote and amplify conformatory thought. Sadly, that's exactly what we drift towards. Even Supreme Court justices do that. We're all familiar with this tendency in politics. It's the complaint of both sides of the political aisle. Conservatives complain that liberals live in an echo chamber where they just repeat and confirm their viewpoints. They aren't open to new information or ideas that don't fit what they already believe. That's the exact same criticism liberals have for conservatives. Although the internet and the breadth of multimedia news outlets provides us with limitless access to diverse opinions, they also give us an unprecedented opportunity to descend into a bubble, getting our information from sources we know will share our view of the world. We often don't even realize when we are in the echo chamber ourselves, because we're so in love with our own ideas that we all just sound sensible and right. In political discourse, virtually everyone, even those familiar with groupthink, will assert, "I'm in the rational group exchanging ideas and thinking these things through." The people on the other side, though, are in an echo chamber. We must be vigilant about this drifting in our groups and be prepared to fight it. Whether it is the forming of a group of friends or a pod at work, or hiring for diversity of viewpoints and tolerance for dissent, when you are able to guide an enterprise's culture toward accuracy, we should guard against gravitating towards clones of ourselves. We should also recognize that it's really hard. The norm is toward homogeneity. We're all guilty of it, and we don't even notice that we're doing it. Social Psychologist, Conformatory Drift, and Heterodox Academy. In 2011, John Haddett, speaking to an audience of 1,000 social psychologists, noted that the lack of viewpoint diversity in their field. He reported that he could identify only one conservative social psychologist with any degree of field-wide recognition. Surveys of sociologists, professionals, organizations have found that 85 to 96% of members responding self-identified as left or center voted for Obama in 2012 or scored left of center on a questionnaire of political views. Most of the remaining 4% to 15% identified as centrist or moderate rather than conservative. The trend has a long tail, but has been accelerating in the 1990s. Liberals among social psychologists outnumbered conservatives 4-1. More recent surveys shows that the ratio has grown to greater than 10 to 1, sometimes far greater. A tendency to hire for a conforming worldview, combined with the discouraging aspects of being so decisively outnumbered, ideologically suggests that unchecked, this situation won't get better. According to the surveys establishing this trend towards homogeneity, about 10% of the faculty respondents identified as conservatives, compared with just 2% of the grad students and postdoctoral candidates. Had it along with Philip Tetlock and 4 others, social psychologists Jose Duarte, Jarrett Crawford, and Lee Jusim, and sociologist Charlotte Stern, founded an organization called the Heterodox Academy to fight this drift towards homogeneity. Why can't I say that word? Homogeneity of thought in science and academics as a whole. In 2015, they published their findings in the journal Behavior and Brain Sciences, along with 33 pieces of open peer commentary. The BBS paper explained that documented the political imbalance in social psychology, how it reduces the quality of science, and what can be done to improve the situation. Social psychology is particularly vulnerable to the effects of potential imbalance. Social psychologists are researching many of the hot-button issues dividing the political left and right: racism, sexism, stereotypes, and responses to power and authority. Coming from a community composed of almost entirely of liberal-leaning scientists, the quality and impact of research can suffer. The authors identified instances in which political values became embedded into research questions in ways that make some constructs unobservable and unmeasurable, thereby invalidating attempts at hypothesis testing. This occurred in several experiments involving attitudes on environmental issues and attempts to link ideology to unethical behavior. They also identified the risk of researchers concentrating on topics that validated their shared narrative and avoiding topics that contested that narrative. Such a stereotype accuracy in the scope and direction of prejudice. Finally, they pointed to the obvious problem inherent in the legitimacy of research characterizing conservatives as dogmatic and intolerant done by a discipline that is over 10 to 1 liberal leaning. First, the Heterodox Academy effort shows that there is a natural drift towards homogeneity and confirmatory thought. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. We all experience this gravitation towards people who think like we do. Scientists, overwhelmingly trained and chartered towards truth-seeking, aren't immune. As the authors of the BBS paper recognize, even research communities of highly intelligent and well-meaning individuals can fall prey to confirmation bias, as IQ is positively correlated with the number of reasons people find to support their own side in an argument. Interesting. That's how robust these biases are. We see that even judges and scientists can succumb to these biases. We shouldn't feel bad, whatever our situation, about admitting that we also need help. Let me read this part one more time. Even research communities of highly intelligent and well-meaning individuals can fall prey to confirmation bias, as IQ is positively correlated with the number of reasons people find to support their own side in an argument. All right. Second, groups with diverse viewpoints are the best protection against conformatory thoughts. Peer review, the gold standard that epitomizes the open-mindedness and hypothesis testing of the scientific method, offers much less protection against error when the community appears as politically homogeneous. In other words, the opinions of group members aren't much help if it is a group of clones. Experimental studies cited in the BBS paper found that confirmation bias led reviewers to work extra hard to find flaws with papers whose conclusions they dislike, and to be more permissive about methodological, am I saying that right? Issues when they endorse the conclusions. The author of the BBS paper concluded that nobody has found a way to eradicate confirmation bias in individuals but we can diversify the field to the point to where individual viewpoint biases begin to cancel out each other. The BBS paper and the continuing work of Heterodox Academy includes specific recommendations geared towards encouraging diversity and dissenting opinions. I encourage you to read the specific recommendations, which include things like a stated anti-discrimination policy against opposing viewpoints, developing ways to encourage people with contrary viewpoints to join the group and engage in the process, and surveying to gauge the actual heterogeneity or homogeneity. I swear I'm not saying those fucking words right. Of opinion in the group. They're exactly the kind of things we would do well to adopt and, where necessary, adapt for groups in our personal lives and in the workplace. Even among those who are committed to truth-seeking, judges and academics, we can see how strong the tendency to seek out confirmation of our beliefs. If you have any doubt this is true for all of us, put this book down for a moment and check your Twitter feed for whom you follow. It's a pretty safe bet that the bulk of them are ideologically aligned with you. If that's the case, start following some people from the other side of the aisle. Want to bet on science? If thinking in bets helps us debias, couldn't we apply it to help solve the Heterodox Academy problem? One might guess that scientists would be more accurate if they had to bet on the likelihood that results would replicate as compared to traditional peer review, which can be vulnerable to viewpoint bias. Especially in an anonymous betting market, confirming the strength of your pre-existing ideology, or betting solely on the basis that replication of a study confirms your own work, or beliefs counts for nothing. The way a scientist would be right in such a betting market is by using their skill in a superior way to make the most objective bets on whether results would or would not replicate. Oh. Researchers who knew in advance their work would be subject to a market test would also face an additional form of accountability that would likely modulate their reporting of results. At least one study has found that yes, a betting market where scientists wager on the likelihood of an experimental result replicating was more accurate than expert opinion alone. In psychology, there's been a controversy over the last decade about a potentially large number of published studies with results subsequent researchers could not replicate. I can't talk. The Reproductibility Project, Psychology, has been working on replicating studies from top psychology journals. Anna Dreber, a behavioral economist at the Stockholm School of Economics, with several colleagues set up a betting market based on these replication attempts. They recruited a bunch of experts in the relevant fields and asked their opinions on the likelihood of reproductibility project would replicate the results of 44 studies. They gave those experts money to bet on each study's replication in a prediction market. Experts engaging in traditional peer review, providing their opinions on whether an experimental result would replicate, were right 50% of the time. A betting market in which traders were exact same experts, and those experts had money on the line, predicted correctly 71% of the time. A lot of people were surprised to learn that expert opinion expressed as a bet was more accurate than expert opinion expressed through peer review. Since peer review is considered a rock-solid foundation of the scientific method, of course, this result shouldn't be surprising to readers of this book. We know the scientists are dedicated to truth-seeking and take peer review seriously. Arguably, there's already an implied betting element in the scientific process, and that researchers and peer reviewers have a reputational stake in the quality of their review. But we know that scientists, like judges and like us, are human and subject to these patterns of confirmatory thought, making the risk explicit rather than implicit refocuses all of us to be more objective. A growing number of businesses are in fact implementing betting markets to solve for the difficulties in getting and encouraging contrary opinions. Companies implementing prediction markets to test decisions, including Google, Microsoft, General Electric, Eli Lilly, Pfizer, and Siemens, people are more willing to offer their opinion when the goal is to win a bet rather than get along with people in the room. Accuracy, accountability, and diversity wrapped into a group's charter all contribute to better decision making, especially if the group promotes thinking in bets. Now that we understand the elements of a good charter, we move on to the rules of engagement for a productive decision group. How to most effectively communicate with one another. A pioneered sociologist actually designed a set of truth-seeking norms for a group, scientists, that form a pretty good blueprint for engagement. I don't know if he was a bettor, but he was influenced by something very relevant to thinking about bias, rationality, and the potential gulf between perception and reality. He was a magician. Okay. That's the end of the chapter. Alright, bro. Why aren't you guys clapping this guy? Bruh. Why aren't you fucking clapping that loser? You should be able to see the future. You should just be able to see. You should just be able to see it. I was gonna clap him. Because I already saw it coming. And then it happened. Fucking weirdos, bro. No, you didn't come to the right stream. You're a fucking idiot. You definitely didn't come to the right stream. You're quite the dumbass. Or are these weirdos coming in here saying Wind Moon when the streamer's name is Wind Moon? No, I'm definitely aware of that. But when someone comes in here and starts spouting that, I mean, you should have a pretty yeah. You should just be able to spot a loser immediately. Honestly, we've been here long enough. You should be able to see this fucking dude come in and just automatically know. Okay. I don't know what now. I'm assuming there was no news. I feel like that's a good assumption. Just a bunch of tinfoil nonsense as usual. Just a bunch of tinfoil nonsense. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is pretty, this is a good ass picture, but that's about it. Stock Cora. If I see that Justin Timberlake meme one more time, what are you talking about? Justin Timberlake. This? Is that Justin Timberlake? I don't fucking know. I don't know what that dude looks like. I don't know what fucking Justin Timberlake be looking like. Define 2x. That's accurate. Define 2x. That's funny, actually. That's a good post right there. That's a good post. Accurate. I have a feeling, the next time GameStop has a huge up day, that GMEU trash barely even moves. I don't know, but definitely, I would not be surprised. Larry's been posting about private companies a lot lately. Like he posted, he took GME out of his bio and he posted about like how he is like invested in too many private or he's on the board of too many private companies. And now this. The two companies have to agree that company A is worth X percent of the combined companies, and company B is worth Y percent of the combined companies, whereas X plus Y equals 100%. Generally speaking, companies A shareholders get their pro rata portion of X percent. Company B shareholders get their pro rata portion of Y percent. So all shareholders get their pro rata portion of the relative ownership of the combined companies. That's high level structure. So I really doubt they would take GameStop private, but that would be fucking wild. I'd be pretty annoyed, actually. I mean, unless they, went private for some crazy number, at least you'd get paid the fuck out, but I would still be pretty annoyed. QG, you're the only person I know that has like computer share. Is it worth downloading? I don't know. I've been considering just throwing all my next purchases into computer share, but I just it doesn't even seem like it's worth my time to make an account and like have two separate accounts. Just doesn't really seem. Hero of the day, what's up, Hero of the day? GMEU's hot trash. I mean, it could be potentially. Definitely could be. It's so hard for me to even like be on Reddit. This will be a good comparison. GameStop's up 2.2% today. What's GMEU at? Okay. 3.56%. Looks like most of it was after hours. Maybe. I don't know. So, at least it's up almost double. Not quite, but not quite. I kind of just look at computer shares like a cold wallet, just for Bitcoin, just whatever portion you're down to sit with long term. I see. That makes sense. I was just asking because I noticed. I don't remember where I can find it. I think it's in the SEC filing. You go here. You go to the SEC filing where they announce the stockholder meeting, and you copy and paste the link. It takes you to computer share. So I'm like, maybe, maybe in a way this is, Ryan Cohen telling people to fucking put their shares in computer share, but you know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, especially when he just, you know, transferred all those shares to Charles Schwab. It's like, does it really matter? I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it matters. I'm sure setting up a computer share account is not difficult. It's been a while since I DRS'd any shares, but it's pretty simple. Just fill out a quick form and send it. I would just buy shares on there. I don't think I would send any of my shares to computer share. Sup, vintage? Hawaii vacation. Let's go. That sounds fun. Computer shares GameStop's transfer agent. What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh. Ow. Do you just mean that's, you know, if I don't know what you mean by that, actually. I really don't. Because I feel like I could hit up Charles Schwab and be like, yo, I want my shares in my name, and they would do it. That's not a bad call. They don't do limit orders, I'm pretty sure. The only thing I noticed is that you have to pay like a $10 fee or something for your first 3 orders or something like that. It's kind of weird. Why computer share? Did Kitty ever say anything about it? Nah, but the last shareholder meeting was on computer share. This stockholder meeting is going to be on computer share. So it's just, I don't know. Why would they be doing you know, why would they be doing their stockholder meetings on computer share if they didn't think positively about it or whatever? I don't know. I just don't know if like it's worth your time or not. Like really, like I don't know. You know, in the theoretical scenario where GameStop goes to hundreds or thousands of dollars, like does it really matter whether the shares are in your name or not? That's the part I don't know. So pretty sure computer share is pretty much where the shares originate from. It's not a broker. Okay. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Damn, it's already almost 4. Pushing 5-hour stream right now. Damn. I'll go through news one more time, see if there's anything. Probably isn't. And then I don't know where we go from there. Oh, the spy's up. The spy's ripping after hours. What the hell? Oh, it's because of earnings, duh. That makes sense. That makes sense. I already had an account / history with computer share. So I DRS my first 500 shares because it felt like destiny. Destiny! Yeah, how'd Qualcomm do? Qualcomm's another big tech company. Ah, Qualcomm fell. Not Quali World. Not Quali World. Allstate. You're in good hands. Allstate dropped a little bit. Where the hell? Need this. Hood didn't move really. eBay down a little bit. You could sit and go through companies for days here. I don't want to. I don't want to. Bitcoin trying to go back to 95. Yeah, energy pretty much led the way down. Other than that, not a terrible day. God. I'm so behind on insider buying, dude. So bad. Stupid Vegas. Stupid Vegas, bro. I mean, I can't blame Vegas. I just been slacking. You're on the fence of giving up insider buying, if I recall. I mean, I kind of want to, but it is still kind of fun. Like, it's not fun by any means. It's actually really boring, but I kind of enjoy researching new companies and just seeing what's out there. So it's hard to, like, say that for sure I would quit doing it forever, because probably not. I'm sure I'm going to do it again at some point. There's going to be a day where there's, like, no news or something, and I'm going to be like, let's do this. It just hasn't happened yet. And also, you know, my care for the stock market is pretty low right now. Pretty low. Amazon to spend $4 billion on small town delivery expansion. When you'll come across a shooting star. I mean, I've come across a few companies that I think are really good, but there's no point for me. It's, you know, I got over $100 grand in GameStop. It's like, what's the point of buying fucking $1,000 worth of some random company that who knows if it turns out, you know? Who knows? Like, just because I think it's good and it's profitable or whatever, it doesn't mean the stock's gonna go up. Doesn't mean anything. So it's hard for me to even, like, care at all about wanting to put something in, because sure, you know, if GameStop goes down and that goes up, that could be nice, but what happens if GameStop, you know, keeps going up or doesn't move, and then I'm losing on this shitty stock pick? Like, it just doesn't seem... It'd be way different if I was, you know, value investing and I had, you know, $1,000 in this company, $1,000 in this company, $1,000 in this company, and I didn't have this fucking massive position in another company. It'd be so much different. But since I have, you know, this massive position in GameStop, it just doesn't seem worth it to, like, buy other things. Hey, peace out, Maro. You have a good one, my friend. At least, you know, that's my thinking about it. Whether that's flawed or not, I don't know, but that's just how I feel. It would just be so much different if, you know, if I had 100 grand spread out through, you know, like 50 to 100 different companies rather than in fucking one. Like, it would just be so much different. Because then it's like, you know, if one play was bad, there's probably one that's doing well and paying for that play. You know what I mean? It's like there's no amount of diversity that's gonna, like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, really. I described it to the best of my ability. All right, peace out, Kristen. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully you get feeling better. I'm probably gonna get out of here as well. I need to eat some or something. But yeah. Oh wait, let me finish going through the news real quick. Let me see if there's anything. Probably nothing. And we'll watch that tomorrow. Even Atari game cartridges are getting more expensive because of tariffs. Damn, prepare for Blatros going to PlayStation? That's crazy. Colin McRae rally. He abandons one of the longest running racing franchises after 25 years. Damn. YouTube will blur the thumbnails of mature videos as part of a new test. Good. Good. I get some weird-ass ads on YouTube these days. Some weird ads. No, at least on my phone. You know, I don't get ads on my computer, luckily. Yeah, I don't think there's any news here, so all right. I guess I'm out of here. You know, decent stream, 5 hours, not bad. Let's see the stats before we leave. Damn, still 9 people in here. That's crazy. To me, that's crazy. It's crazy that anyone listens to this stream, let alone multiple people. So thank you guys for supporting the stream as always. God bless you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Is it only Wednesday? Yeah, that's crazy. It's a slow week today. It's a slow week, but today flew by. And yesterday flew by, if I remember. But yeah, so thank you guys for always supporting the stream. I'm going to stop doing end of stream shout outs because I feel bad for anyone who doesn't like type in the chat and I don't shout them out. I just feel bad for like forgetting people. So I'm not going to do shout outs anymore unless someone asks for it. But yeah, so either way, you know who you are if you've been here for a long time, obviously. You know, it's been the same names for the past like 4 months, so you know who you are. But I appreciate you guys for real. Thank you for always supporting the stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day. God bless ya. And let's go GameStop, baby. Let's start trading into the 28s. That's what you want to see at this point. You don't want to see another rejection off 28, I don't think. You really, at this point, want to see us start trading into it. So, you know, because you are at that resistance where every time the stock is sold off, it's been about like 20-30% or more off of this resistance. So you really want to see this resistance get taken over and not have that happen again, because, you know, it's been 20-30% in the past, but you don't know what it could turn into if that trend continues. So I don't think it's going to. I don't know. I'm really bullish. You know me. I'm pretty biased on this stock, but I'm extremely bullish. So yeah, but we'll see what happens. Much love. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.